Snowball is live.
Okay. I can't share this because it's a comment, so you gotta just listen. Like an obese turtle on his back.
The question is the stream live yet? i.e., is our audio live to the world? Sounds like it is.
Oh, cool. I don't care if I... Please.
Tipsy, what's going on? What? Hi, everybody. My dogs are extra needy for attention right now, so
I have no idea what that's like.
Trying to run them tired before we start. Finishing touches on the session you're running. Pff, planning. It's so weird not having any music. Just so quiet.
Right, I need to open Sirenscape. Right. I went to open Fantasy Grounds and almost opened Phasmophobia.
You just play one game at a time, huh? When you were heavy into Final Fantasy, I almost hit Final Fantasy every time. Now it's Phasmophobia.
Yeah, but my Steam was open to Phasmophobia because that's what I played last. Yeah.
Is it Phasmophobia or Phantasmophobia?
Phasmophobia.
Phasmophobia, which I'm sure is
Yeah,
probably a
it's
real...
the fear of ghosts. It's having a phobia of ghosts. It's just that.
Yeah. Yee.
I can't play that game.
Why not?
It's boring.
What? How is it boring?
Like, oh, it's just boring. Like,
Have you only played
know?
on amateur?
like-
have you played it or just watched others?
both.
Did you get past amateur? Because yeah, amateur can be shit, but
I think it's part of it being boring and part of the shitty mechanics. I don't
yeah, the
enjoy
mechanics are a little bit rough, but cool.
I feel like it's one of those games that it's like you play with other people and that's what makes it fun.
That's the real
Yes.
question. Are you doing it with a group of friends? Because that's what.
Oh no.
That's
So-
your problem.
Like, that's the thing. So, like, if you're playing it with friends, I think it would be fun. And then also, so the thing that I think...
Especially
would
if
be
you
boring-
lock your friend in the house.
If you're just tiptoeing around and trying to be quiet and not doing... Like, that seems to me like when I watch you guys play it and you guys do one thing and then everybody runs outside and then you run back in and do one thing and everybody runs outside, that to me seems boring. I would be the dumbass that'd be in the fucking basement with the lights off and shit saying the ghost's name.
I have been both. Because I will absolutely van bitch if people are like, hey, we need someone to go check for ghost orbs. I'm gone. I'll go. But also, if we haven't been getting any evidence, I'll go in and start calling the ghost a motherfucker. I don't care. I've only died twice in the game so far.
I think the scary aspect of the game is just lost to me. So it's just the game that I don't enjoy the tasks that you have to do. I don't enjoy the mechanics, and yeah.
You don't get scared of things just jumping out at you?
Yeah, the jump scare
if it's
noises
still-
are really the worst part.
If it's the whole game, you just expect it.
Alright, we'll wait until they bring out, like, centipedes crawling on the walls and shit, and then we'll get Sin to play it.
I am
Eventually we'll stop
absolutely
playing.
waiting for them to make a ghost that crawls on the ceiling. Because they haven't done that yet, and they need to.
Sin, you seem very lackadaisious today.
Like, I people hate me whenever they talk about scary movies, scary games. It's just boring.
Oh, I am absolutely a snob about scary movies because jump scares are fucking bullshit. That's cheap entertainment. Give me something that's actually scary.
I'm weird about horror movies as I'm the person who watches every fucking horror movie, but I hate every fucking horror movie. Like, I don't enjoy horror movies, but I watch every horror movie. Like, I just recently bought the entire Leprechaun franchise. Even though I know what the entire Leprechaun franchise is and it's terrible, I bought the entire Leprechaun franchise and then I watched every episode of it and then just critiqued it the entire time I was watching it.
I'm picky with horror. Like, it's I like that. No, I'm not.
I'm picky with horrors, not horror.
Why not both? Because I don't know, anything that just relies on jump scares just pisses me off because that is fucking cheap shit.
So
try and make it something actually scary.
Jump scares, when done right, are good. Jump scares that add nothing to the story or the scene, and it's like a loud noise that the fucking composer edited in later on. I don't like those. If it's a real legit jump scare, like if you're talking about like The Conjuring, the jump scare where the demon is behind the dude at the table in the middle of daylight when they're talking, that was a well done jump scare that they did. You didn't expect it. It was in daylight when you thought you were safe. But then when it's just something like they go to peek around the corner and then the composer adds that loud hit and then like a cat jumps out the window, like that kind of shit pisses me off because it doesn't add anything to it.
I feel like too many scary movies rely on constant jump scares because it's easy.
Oh, show. All right, let's switch over. Let's switch over. Like, this changes fucking anything that we're doing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make a fucking difference.
Alright, continue.
Yeah, now we're going to continue talking this way.
Anyway, I recently watched Us, and...
Happy Friday Eve, everybody. Episode 61 of Quests and Cliffhangers. Hold on, I need to center myself here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't really have a lot of anything to say this time around. There's no real new anything. If you want to get the limited edition Halloween tea, tonight's the last night for it. Literally at midnight, it ends. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time is your last chance to grab that shirt tonight. As soon as it hits midnight, it's done. So if you care about that or anything, in the about section underneath all this, there's a link right to it. And yeah, hope everybody had a safe Halloween. We were gonna do a one shot tomorrow that Jay is DMing, but due to scheduling conflicts and everything, just not enough time to plan for it for tomorrow. So that'll be next Friday. Which is, what date is that? The 13th. Friday the 13th. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So Friday the 13th will be the one shot. It's shaping up to be pretty nice. I'm looking forward to it. Then again, it's me getting a chance to be a player, so of course I'm looking forward to it. I was talking to Jay, and he's like, man, putting this all together is a lot of work. I'm like, you don't fucking say. Like, who are you talking to? But yeah, so that's all I got for that. I still haven't got a haircut either. But yeah, who's doing recap?
I'm still looking at spells that's unused in.
Okay. How did we start?
I like that it's just the two of you. Like, Lisa and John are just looking down.
It's like, who's taking care of the check?
I still have a chunk with you.
Oh, where's my wallet?
There's still a chunk missing from my tongue when I bit it last week, and it still fucking hurts. I'm not talking a lot.
Don't remember how we started last.
We started in the
Noel?
carcass.
Yeah.
No, that was okay.
Oh,
So
no.
we're trapped with some gnolls on one side of us, some hostages on the other. Screech manages to save one hostage that's about to be executed. So he runs off to be with the rest. We take out the rest of the smaller gnolls, and the big one tries separating Chaplin from the group, but Chaplin recognized his spell casting pattern and jumped to the other side with the rest of us. Absol's died multiple times at this point. He was tangled in this icy whip. As soon as he breaks free of it, this wall shatters and the big gnoll jumps on top of him and knocks him right back down and takes a swing at each of us except for Chaplin, who repositioned himself. Right after this Knowles onslaught, we each use our ults. Absol using the blood as a um, skewer to hold him in place. Arkin with some dark tendrils that do the same thing, and Screech with yell and jumping axe attack on him. He gets knocked back. Um, Chaplain summons the actual, I don't know the
Scythe.
name, Scythe, the blood drinker or whatever it's called. And Chaplain walks up and finishes him off. And after we kill him, the Jackal rips out the area that we're in, sends us into the clouds, where he tells Chaplain that he's going to make sure that no one summons this god that they were trying to summon. And then we poof back into Dracarius with 17 or 19 saved people.
It was 21. But it was up there.
So they're getting tended to. Arkin's little elf chick is hugging up on him, and he mentions go back to your family and just depresses the shit out of her for some reason. So she wanders off. The rest of the group go and try to rest back at the house. Vardrak comes, says that Vakta is what's the word? She appreciates what we did. Vakta, at least Vardrak can be indifferent. So he just leaves, and before he can come back, we get up and we decide to teleport back to Naratima. Arkin gets his class books, tries to go talk to the elf again. She's still depressed. So that went well with him. Comes back to the group and we leave. He left for a quickie. So we get back to Naratima. We don't appear right where Chaplain expects us to. So because we are not pinpoint accurate, Chaplain thinks something's wrong and goes running to the temple. So he gets back after realizing that everything's fine. We just weren't accurate. And we take off. Chaplain trying to get the group to go a more safer route than heading straight to the corrupted forest. Everyone's like, but the corrupted forest is faster. Screech just wants secrets to go by faster. So we all head towards the corrupted forest. We have to take this overpass into the mountains. And did anything happen at that one rest near the summit? I know we stopped there for a while for something.
I don't think so.
It was just research and trying to better understand what the corruption fields were and things like that.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, everyone's trying to recall what they know. Screech apparently has a book that she can recite and lots of details on the Shadowfell. And as we're heading down this mountain path, we can see the tear between the material plane and the Shadowfell. And once we get to it, Absol steps right in without hesitation. Chaplain making sure that everyone else is actually gonna go through is the last one to come in. And we start heading in for a while. Chaplain doesn't really have any connection to the other gods from what we can tell. Every time he tries to pray, he's just getting
A laughing
hijacked
child.
by the child. Arkin has a his connection to the weave isn't as strong here, and Screech and Absol don't really feel any different. We start heading in, and what I left for this, what was the cause of Chaplin getting chased?
The cause of Chaplin was getting chased was the god of death wanted to say hi, and wanted to play tag. So Chaplin understands that this god is a small child and has that kind of a mindset and wants to play tag. But it's also the god of death, so I'm running. That game of tag took a bit, and I actually managed to successfully avoid getting tagged, which would have probably killed me if I had been tagged. However, she wanted to play another game and thus has attacked us with something, which is where I think we left off.
Nope, we killed the
right.
angry.
Yeah, the two-headed monster that half was hangry, half was sad or something.
Yep, once we killed it, we split off the angry side. The part that was trying to get away, a elf, well-dressed, came out, thanked Arkin since he delivered the final blow. Then the god of death plucked his soul right out.
Yeah.
And it was a nice, happy ending. So Young Fang reminded me what I forgot. So there's a new extension. You may see it somewhere around here. But basically, if you're on desktop, I don't know if it works on mobile or not. I'll check while I'm talking. But on desktop, there's little overlays that I could do now. And one of the overlays is that I can do polls, which is really nice because I actually wanted to test it out and do a new poll. So boom. Boom. And boom. Poll is on. I don't know how this works, but there it is. So, poll's on if you want to. It should be an easy one for you. I just wanted to test this out. But who is the goddess of death? You got 4 answers to choose from. Later on, what I hope to do is to be able to incorporate this a little bit better, so it actually has some meaning behind it, and that I can award you points and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's that. Other thing that I thought was pretty cool is I finally got my the Black Lives Matter pendant. So I showed you guys before, while it looks hit with the keying, but I showed you before that I got the Pride one, which also looks hit due to the keying. But they finally sent the Black Lives Matter one, which is smaller for some reason. But if I do this, they look like they're the same size. But they're both like heavy duty metal pins. It's pretty sweet.
That's awesome.
So that came in, which is pretty fucking sweet. So.
Oh, you got yours?
Yeah,
Oh, neat.
That. What else was there? There's probably something else, but I can't think of it right now. I'm just excited to get into the game, y'all. So that's what I want to do. So, without further ado, feel free to partake in this poll, and I am going to start up the intro, which definitely does not have to be manually done, and it works every time when I press the button. And then we'll start tonight's episode of Quests and Cliffhangers. So there was no cool discussion or anything this time around. I was trying to fiddle with the app to see if you could use the poll on here, but I can't seem to get it to work on here. So yeah. So. So you guys find yourselves standing in this desaturated abyss of mostly gray stone and dust kicking up with these pale purple skies. In front of you is this severed body of this creature that you just fought, lying in two halves. You just witnessed the soul climb out of it and then just get yanked straight into the ground. And then you heard the giggle echo off of the god of death. What's your guys' thoughts on this?
That the party's gonna be mad at me again. So Chaplain's just gonna look around. Shall we continue? Or would you like to rest here?
Absol turns around and starts walking.
Saved by Absol's sense of, I don't like to sit still.
Yeah.
Arkin's gonna follow Absol.
Screech is gonna follow Orkin.
And the camera's gonna follow the party.
We have a camera. I am the camera.
It's true. This is a little bit too loud. That's better. All right. So you guys are making your way through this barren landscape. And again, everything is just desaturated in color. You guys are still close enough that when you look back off in the distance, you can see the light shining through from the material plane. But the further you move, the more and more separated you become from that.
That's exciting.
As they're walking, Absol like looks back to the party. Do they seem concerned?
Yeah.
Arkin looks indifferent, but he's just kind of everything. Like he keeps looking up from his book around his surroundings and then writes some more and just repeats that over and over again.
Chaplain doesn't have expressions, but his head's on a swivel a lot more than normal.
Screech is clutching her book on Shadowfell and like very concerned. I don't know how you would tell since her eyes are always bug-eyed anyway, so.
Absol's gonna stop and turn around. Chaplain, Screech, Arkin, you don't have to follow me in here. Then looking straight at Chaplain as he's talking, you seem to be a target now.
Perhaps I am. I am hoping that by playing the appropriate games, I will actually grant us some amount of reprieve in this realm. If you feel you would be safer without my presence, please let me know and I will return on my own.
No matter where I go, I'm not gonna be safe. It's just what comes with. Then he like points to his weapon on his sheath.
I believe our past interactions have dictated that if we are not adjacent to Black Razor, that we will simply be summoned by its former owner and killed. So I do not believe that we have the potential to split up, as we are under threat of murder by those whom you have angered.
Absol unsheaths the weapon and hands it out.
I am not certain that I understand.
You need to be near the weapon to stay safe.
We are in your proximity. That has seemed sufficient, but if we leave the area, as you imply, and are, for example, on a different plane of existence, certainly Black Razor's protection cannot extend that distance. That has
Right.
been...
But if you guys are holding the weapon, you'll stay safe.
Why are you trying to get rid of us?
I am trying to protect the only people that I actually give a damn about anymore, since everyone else, yeah. And someone has a big target on their back. Screech is freaking out a little bit.
Well,
I imagine this is the first time leaving the material plane for all of us, correct?
You want to count the times you've banished me?
Most of those were consensual.
I'm pretty sure I went to a different plane whenever I actually got Black Razor.
All the same, this is not a normal location for any of us. I do not believe any of us are intent on leaving as of current. But to better understand, do you have any specific plans for your time in the Shadowfell? If we are going to the city, exploring, and then leaving, that would seem acceptable. If you plan on going into the Shadowfell and not leaving for many years, then we may discuss splitting up.
It might be a few years depending on if I find a shard here.
Chaplain just kind of looks over at Arkin.
As in, you're not going to leave if it takes you years to find the shard?
Black Razor's been gathering information on the mortal plane, and I haven't heard word of him since. And now that we're here, this is a whole nother plane that he needs to gather information on, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take, seeing as how I haven't even heard back from him yet.
And the last time you mentioned anything about your stupid weapon god, he was not present or talking to you. Yes?
Last time I tried talking, I had some weird dream. It didn't make any sense and didn't relate to anything that we were doing.
Many deities and their equivalents do tend to speak in omens. Did you describe the dream to us to better extrapolate its intention?
I asked if there was any information. I think that's what I asked. And the dream I had was after waking up, um, a hand was crawling out of my eye. Then a person ripped my skull in half to crawl out of it.
How pleasant.
And you have
So
not had
yeah, like I said,
communication
it
with
didn't.
since that time?
No, but yeah, like no correlation of anything we're doing.
So, back to my question. We followed you several hours in, and now we have the death god or whatever playing games with Chaplin. Why the sudden need to be separated now? Don't give me that protection bullshit again. That isn't flying.
We haven't even been here a whole day, and from points up in the air, the moon passing by, um, again, not even being here a whole day and we've been attacked already. This place isn't safe. I doubt we can even get any rest. And me and Chaplin are the only ones that can stay aware while trying to rest. But Chaplin's the one with the target on his back right now.
We knew this was unsafe long before we got here, and you insisted on coming here anyway. So now that we're here, let's finish this so we can get the fuck out of here.
How about some form of middle ground? We travel together to Mathog, and upon reaching Mathog, spend a few days there. If you do not find what you're looking for, perhaps then we can part ways and let you further research while we continue on Screech's task.
A few days traveling there and a few days in the city might be a few months or a few years in our plane.
This could be possible.
Do you have a way of finding what you seek? Or are you just blindly walking into death and just keeping an eye open, pun intended?
Pretty much the latter.
Great. So, needle, haystack, doesn't matter to you, does it?
This is the only lead that I've had this whole time. Getting the wishing well was a needle in a haystack. This is actually based off of information that I know.
Can you better describe these shards that I may attempt to aid in their investigation?
The only thing I know is 3 pieces of black razor are missing.
Cliff, I don't remember if I have channel divinity uses left, and I don't have a way to track them on here.
What do you mean you don't have a way of tracking them?
Because it still only has one tick box for it. You thought that there are 2 channel divinity options. If I check one, it'll only check half of it, but like right here, I'll check, and then all of my channel divinity is gone. So I don't have the 2 boxes that I would need to properly track channel divinity.
We can say you have 1 left because you guys would have been. I don't think you used 2 during that encounter, did you?
I used 1 when we got into the area to try and communicate with a god, and got the god of death. But I don't know the specifics beyond that. I might have used a second. I might have also gotten 1 back from chat. So
I know you got something back from chat. I just don't know what you used with that.
That's the only thing I can really restore from chat, based off of what we've discussed in the past. So when chat gives me that, it's a channel that I didn't use 9 times out of 10. So I'll run on having 1 use.
So, Chaplain.
Yes.
Okay. This is the little girl's death domain, yes?
Correct.
I don't think any of us are leaving unless she allows it. That is
likely.
Number 2, we're probably the only play friend she's had in a very long time. If you look around, there hasn't been a single other soul besides us and a bunch of dead children flowers.
Well, bear in mind that it seems that she has souls to play with already.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then why wouldn't she spend her time playing with them? No, she was more interested in us, more particularly you. So, Abs was looking for something he doesn't know how to find in her domain. You have already made the connection with her. Since we're already in this whole habit of suicide missions, How about you try to bring her here for a dialogue?
Perhaps I should start more simply with just a question. If she can point me to any pieces of Black Razor that are present in her domain.
You would most likely want to lead in with something she's familiar with. You want to make her happy, yes? You want to play her games. You want to satiate her hunger for entertainment, and then in return, you then ask for something. That's how it would work for me if I were some fuck the blow child god.
Interesting.
How's that sound, Absol? You get what you want. Maybe we get out of here alive. Maybe you don't spend eternity looking around for something you have no idea how to find.
Open to ideas.
I'm actually looking through my inventory for things that could be considered toys to like give as a gift to her. And the thing that's passing my eyes is a necklace with 5 beads of force on it, which I've only used the once. It's a low DC 15 deck save or take 5d4 force damage, so not a lot. But if it works, it encloses an area in a sphere of force for 1 minute, so it's good for trapping things. But we don't often have to trap a thing that's running, and generally if the thing is running, it's going to make a 15 DC 15 dex check anyway.
Who are you trying to trap?
Who what?
What are you trying to trap?
I'm looking through my items to see if there is something that I could give to a child god that would be a toy, and beads of force are effectively Pokeballs.
I gotcha.
That sounds entertaining. Perhaps, as I have already played 2 games for her, we are currently in a standing that I imagine I am in her good graces. Perhaps I should simply start with a question, and if that does not end well, we will investigate further and find offerings we can provide for her.
You have any skills in negotiations or bartering?
Not particularly. However, I have just played games for a child. That child is much more likely to answer a simple question.
What a great way to learn. You're going to learn today, or you're going to die.
Absol, would you be willing to hand me Black Razor temporarily?
Sticks out the hilt to you. What do you need Black Razor for?
It will simply be easier to request via prayer to her for any pieces of the object I am holding, rather than gesturing to something she may not know what is. I'm trying to make sure that there's not miscommunication. And Chaplain will gently take the weapon if he can, which this is the first time he's held Black Razor, and I don't know how nice that will or won't play with me. But assuming I don't immediately, have to fight some other demigod, Chapin will kneel in prayer, holding the blade somewhat tightly, and pray to the god of death. Did I get a name? No. Actually, no, I do see a name here, Lilith. But I think Cliff was trying to change the name.
Oh, I wasn't trying to change it. That's the name. I was just putting the poll up to see if people remembered what it was.
Oh, sorry.
It's over already. You're good.
So Chaplain will say a prayer to Lilith and ask, "Hello, Lilith. We have played a few games that were rather entertaining. If I could ask, I and my friends are looking for more pieces of this blade. known as Black Razor. Do you know if there are any pieces within your domain that you could guide us towards?
Give me...
Wherever it is, I'm using bonus die on
it.
That's fine. Give me a charisma save, please.
Using a bonus die on it.
You guys have 3?
Yep, and I am not proficient in charisma saves. This will be neat. What the hell am I proficient in?
God shit.
Oh, no, hold on. I'm only seeing Dex and Wisdom. Dex is from the item. I should be proficient in a second save, and I think it's charisma. Let me check this real quick. Barbarian. Because I want my bonuses before I get murdered. Saving throws, wisdom, charisma. I am proficient on charisma saves. I just accidentally unticked it at some point. Okay. So, charisma save.
You feel a dark energy course through you while holding the sword. And as you speak out towards Lilith, you just kind of hear this voice like, "That's a pretty weapon."
It is. Chaplain is going to stand up and hand it back to Arkin, or Absol, somewhat quickly. I want him to be in charge of it if she comes back. To the party. I am not so certain that she is a DD that I will be gleaning much direct information from. She is young and new to her work, and may not understand the full length and breadth of her powers and responsibilities. So I may not be able to directly aid you in this place for location-based knowledge. Although, let me look at some other spells. Legend Lore. Level 5 Divination. It's prepped. Actually, yeah. Perhaps there is another method that I may attempt to glean information. What else do you know about these fragments, Absol? Do you know what they look like, if they have dedicated names, and things of that nature?
No.
Would you be willing to wait here for a few minutes as I perform a ritual?
Sure.
Thank you. Do I have 5th level spells available? No, so I have to burn a 6th level spell to do this. Yay. Yeah, it doesn't actually have the ritual tags, so I have to cast it with a slot. So, Chaplain will sit down and open up all the books he has around him, praying for knowledge, specifically casting the spell Legend Lore. Name and describe a person, place, or object. Shards of Black Razor. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing he names, current tales, forgotten stories, secret lore that has never been widely known, but the thing has to be of legendary importance to gain information. Takes 10 minutes and burns a 5th, or in this case, 6th level spell slot. Sadly, upcasting does nothing.
You get this flash of imagery of these three warriors standing shoulder to shoulder. One of them wearing a jet black suit of armor that covers their entire face and everything, so you can't make out anything of their personal appearance. Standing next to them is one wearing a identical suit of armor, but it is blue.
Yep, I remember him.
And then directly next to them, you see someone wearing an identical set of armor that is red. They are engaging in combat. You see this war unfold in front of you. And at the end of the war, you see the one in the red stab the one in the black. You see this glowing hot red blade stab completely through the armor from one side to the other as the body drops. As the view changes, you can see the one that was in all red holding the red sword in one hand, the blue in the other. Picks up the black one and walks away as the figure bleeds out on the ground. You get another flash imagery of the black sword propped up on these two golden glowing rods, and you see a shadowed figure holding the red blade, swinging, hitting the blade, and as it does, you see it shatter into pieces. The sword itself is left intact, but it almost looked like there was like a veneer or something that's on it that shattered into these large chunks, these large obsidian chunks. And then you kind of come back to.
The things that we are looking for are black in color, obviously, shaped like jagged pieces of obsidian. There are, in fact, 3. They were caused by a... Was the red blade matching an aesthetic?
Yes.
I have mentioned in the past to you that there was a blue blade that was of similar construction. I believe there is also a red blade. The owner of the red blade killed the owner of the black blade and used his red blade to shatter Blackrazor into its component pieces. Unfortunately, I have not been able to glean where the component pieces are, but I would imagine that Blackrazor itself would be better at identifying their locations. Do we have any way of knowing when Blackrazor will return to you? For example, it may be more beneficial and time efficient to wait for Blackrazor to contact you and undergo whatever he has assigned for you as far as requiring any pieces he finds. I can attempt to further glean information as time passes. However, if we are to spend several months in this domain, for example, to find nothing and perhaps make it more difficult for Blackrazor to contact you, it could actually slow down your progress. But unfortunately, I do not know specifically if any are in the Shadowvale at this time. And Chaplain will just stand and start collecting his books and things.
Absolutely gets the sword. He's like, all right, back to right where we were.
I believe we would all be willing to help recover pieces of Blackrazor should we know where they are. However, in the spirit and sense of accomplishing all of our collective tasks, we may not have sufficient time while alive to simply randomly search for it. Going to Mathog could yield valuable information, and I'm likely to be able to return us to Mathog in the future after we reach it. So, if nothing else, it may be wise for us to reach to Mathog so that I may set a waypoint there with the grace of Lilith. But then perhaps we should take on other tasks until we better know specifically where to search for Black Razor and its constituent pieces. I am not trying to ignore or not accomplish this task. I am trying to make sure that it is done efficiently and intelligently.
I would have to agree. Even Screech found a book on where she's trying to go. You going off of it might be here. It's not good enough.
Absol turns around and starts walking.
In which direction?
Towards Mathog.
Yep.
We'll reassess once we get to Mathog. Arkan starts following.
We have some kind of understanding regarding how long it will take to arrive at Mathog.
A few days on foot, a few years or months in the actual realm, possibly.
Are we certain specifically that it is time that is slower here? Although the moon would indicate that, actually.
We don't know anything. The rotating moon, that really means nothing to the material plane.
The only information we have to go off of is Screech saying that time is weird here.
Can we even see Mathog from where we're at?
Nope. Nope. Based on like any information that you guys gathered or any maps or anything like that, you guys are probably still a good 5 days away.
I'm going to perform one further test. We can continue walking while I do so. Sending spell, which I just confirmed, crosses planes. There's a 5% failure rate if it crosses planes. So Chaplain is going to send a message to Red Chaplain, because he seems like the person who would just answer this question without giving a shit and would be least bothered by me messaging him. Hello, Chaplain. It is Chaplain. I'm trying to determine how time is passing while I am in an alternate plane. Can you please tell me what day and time it is currently? You may reply to this message.
You kind of hear this voice. It sounds more distant than what it typically does when you send the sending spell.
Long distance.
And like, Chaplain, it's good to hear your voice. It has been only half a week since you left here.
That is sufficient for my current purposes. Oh, I can't reply to you. Never mind.
Notice I didn't say you can reply to this message.
I swear I should get like an extra sentence because I'm talking to myself. But anyway, how many days has it been since we were last in Fortunas? Does that match up with a regular time scale?
Yeah, you guys left for Fortunas about 6 days ago.
I have just communicated with Var Drox, Chaplain, and he has stated that it has been a little over half a week since we have left, which is roughly on time with our projected timescale, if not less time than it should otherwise be. I will perform this check once every day to make sure that not too much time has passed. Is this an acceptable way to satiate our current concerns?
Good enough for me. I got important shit to get back to.
As a note, I am very drained as regarding my current abilities should we encounter further combat. Please be advised. And we keep walking.
Yep.
All right. So you guys continue traveling on, following this sort of decrepit path, which is just the remnants of something that used to be. You could tell that it's a marching path. It's more well-worn than the other surroundings. But there's not a lot of formal guidance of where you guys are going to. Who's taking helm on this expedition?
We have no choice. We have no choice.
So Absol is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a survival check, please.
We're getting so lost.
We're dead.
Use a bonus die.
It doesn't matter.
Motherfucker.
Oh my god.
So we arrived back in the material room.
Right.
Fucking hate this character.
Can I get another 20, please?
Hold on.
No fucking way. What?
Oh my god!
Excellent.
Sid, stop it.
Excellent. So two
I found the
fails
shard,
and a
but we're
success.
lost.
Give me a D6, please.
One.
Wow.
On a roll.
Dice color.
Rolling downhill, but I'm on a roll.
So, as you guys wander, you continue moving for a few days, and at some point, you start to get this feeling that you are lost. The landscape is so barren and just so repetitive that there's no real natural landmarks other than that every 5 minutes, that flash overhead from left to right, which is the only thing that keeps you steered in the general direction you need to head to. You come across this area where there are these buildings, and it almost looks like a village that had been burned down. The buildings are charred and blackened. There's the smell of soot filling your nostrils. But from a distance, you can actually see people moving around in this small village.
Oh, good. We can stop and ask for directions.
I presume that is not Mathog, but we should not avoid this opportunity to speak with the locals. What do the locals look like?
Give me a perception check. All of you can. With sight.
Based on sight.
Yeah, I dropped the
Huh.
So everybody but Absol from this distance, what you can make out is they are humanoid figures that are wearing these thick cloaks, and they're all pretty much like a brown or tan or gray colored cloaks. They're all dressed very similarly, and it looks like it's just like a one piece like thick fur cloak, but it covers their head too. And Arkin, as you guys are approaching from where you were at before, the first thing that you notice really is that uh, they're moving around, but they're almost moving aimlessly, like they're just kind of shambling about. And as you get closer, the first thing that you notice, Arkin, is that all of their faces are sort of stretched and distorted. It looks like a human or an elf, but their features are distorted. And most of them that you see have this look on their face like they saw something just absolutely horrifying.
Gonna open up message with Chaplin and describe what he's seeing. Really gives me the idea of lost wandering souls. What's your take on this?
I would imagine that asking for directions would likely yield negative results. However, I do not actually know what extended time in here will do to a person's physical appearance. So, ignoring the appearance, the fact that you said they are not actively attempting any specific task, they are simply meandering,
That's right.
that implies lack of either sentience or sanity. Perhaps it would be best to avoid.
That
However,
could be our future if we stay here too long.
the alternative would be to take Black Razor with us and simply leave this area, leaving Absol behind. He has not seems to follow reason regarding logical courses of action. However, I would not wish to split you from your brother. I do not see him altering his path. How would you like to act?
Does your spell that poofs us back to a previous location require consent?
Hold on.
Again, kids, I have to say, only banish with consent.
It does. Up to 5 willing creatures.
You can do it to unwilling creatures too, can't you?
Would he have to try to resist it if he doesn't want to come, or
It doesn't have an option. It just says 5 willing creatures.
Okay, so yours is a little bit more limited than that fact.
Let me look up plane shift, which I don't have prepared today. Willing creatures, yeah. I can only transport willing creatures.
okay?
You can use the spell to banish an unwilling creature to another plane for plane shift.
Oh, yeah. Plane shift. Right. I forgot about that. Plane shift can do that, but that would be just the one person, and then we couldn't also go.
All right, out loud. Arkansas like, okay, look, Absol. Those are like lost souls or some shit. They're not going to be any help to us. Do you have any idea where the fuck you're going right now?
Do you guys think I'm lost or something? We just keep heading that direction.
Yes, but we're not really seeing anything that suggests we're getting any closer, any further, or that we're on the right path at all.
I mean, we didn't see anything when we first came in here. We just started walking in a direction.
Yeah, that's just kind of the fucking problem. And for all we know, this could be another one of this little girl's games where we're just walking in a loop and never going to achieve any direction that we go in.
Well, then does it matter if we're going in the right direction?
I just told you that she could be having you walking an endless loop and you're like, whatever. What's the end goal here?
I told you what my goal is. I have no idea why you guys are following me.
Let us discuss this away from the shambling creatures.
Great.
Chaplain's going to turn and start walking away. Do not worry, Absol. I will return to the path you have designated once we are out of visual range.
Arkin turns and starts following Chaplain.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you guys start heading back opposite of this small village. You could still, again, tell the general direction you're heading just by the way that the world is spinning. So you guys get a couple 100 feet away. I mean, are you going to stop and chat, or what's the game plan? Or just chat and walk?
We're probably going to get away, start heading towards the direction we think Mathog is again, and chat a little bit more. Or assuming that Chaplain will wait until Absol is walking up front again and look over to Absol and just kind of vaguely poke at his head. By Absol, I mean Arkin. God damn it. I'm an identical twin and I don't get... And my name doesn't get fucked up with much.
Arkin will open a message. Yep.
I could take any willing individuals back to any of our previously designated sanctuaries. We could also follow the logical route of at least continuing until we have arrived at Mathog, which would, in theory, allow us to return to Mathog should we choose to. Even if Absol does not come back with us, it would mean that if he did somehow communicate with us and needed aid, it would be easier for us to get to him, as we would have a centralized meeting location. One way or another, getting to Mathog is likely valuable, if nothing else, for the ability for us to return in a easier manner in the future. Would you agree?
I'm thinking I want to be out of this fucking place and back on the plane that we belong on as soon as possible.
I can do so now, however, it will negate our progress, should we have to return.
I'm thinking of something I've been pondering for a little while now, but none of you would agree with it if I told you what I'm planning to do.
Marry that girl.
Yeah.
I'd perform the goddamn ceremony. And I'd do fucking research to make it non-religious for this ass.
Catch her by surprise. Just casting whenever Arkin walks up. Congratulations, you're married.
Wait, what?
Assuming someone's still listening, the actions you have planned, are they ones that would permanently alienate someone to you?
It could possibly kill me, but staying here is worse than death, so figured to be getting it over with.
Then perhaps we should simply discuss us returning without Absol rather than you die.
Completely out of the question for me.
I see.
He is my last living relative. I don't count that King Jackass, and our mother is not among the technical living anymore. So I haven't given up on his stubborn ass yet. I can't start now.
Would this task that is likely to result in your death also threaten the lives of myself and Screech?
Yeah, it depends on if you interfere or not. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe nothing will happen. Let's find out. Arkin starts walking away from the group. And he mutters something, and all of a sudden his appearance starts changing. and he slightly shrinks a little bit. And he takes on the appearance that he saw of the little death girl. And then he starts speaking in her voice and starts skipping and says, I want to play, and just starts skipping around and doing cartwheels and shit. And just keeps repeating, I want to play. Someone come play with me. I broke Cliff.
What is Arkin's intent here?
He's saying it all out loud and everything. See, it just seems like he's trying to get attention.
Okay. High or low?
High.
As you're doing this and skipping around, for a second you just hear the sound of giggling, and it sounds like it comes from behind you. And as you turn to see it, you hear it again, but yet it's still behind you.
Do I hear this, or is it just him?
You do not hear it.
Yay, you're gonna have fun.
And then he is kind of like, he keeps up his antics, like tilts his head to the side. Are you going to come out to play, or are you going to keep hiding? And then he just continues skipping around.
I don't know how to react to Arkin skipping.
It's not Arkin.
Yeah.
Lilith.
Well, I mean, yeah, but...
As you guys are watching this happen, from behind you, you hear, "What are you idiots doing?" And you turn around and see Arkin standing behind you.
All right. This is not something written down in any kind of way, but I've worked with enough gods, and I'm connected to enough gods. Can I get any kind of sense if the thing standing in front of me pretending to be Arkin is divine?
Give me insight. Unless you have any sort of spell that can sense it.
Don't think so.
Nothing about Arkin standing next to you is giving you any sort of indicator that it's not Arkin standing next to you. You did see Arkin change and walk away.
I'm casting
bad sense.
Does Arkin see this?
Yeah.
He says, "Oh, that's the kind of game we're playing." He skips back up to the group and just looks at Arkin. Are you finally ready to play?
Arkin looks over at Chaplin. What is this? This what you did?
It is not my stupidity this time. If anything, I would you.
Well, do what you do to get rid of her.
Chaplin turns to John. It's about to be confusing.
To little Arc Apps.
Yeah, to John. And he gets down on one knee. Hello, Lilith. How would you like to play today?
I'm not here to play with you. I'm here to play with him.
Why do you want to play with Arkin?
Because one of us is not what they seem. Which
think-
one is it? And then this Lilith starts skipping around you in a circle.
Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving. Come on, Epsil. And he starts walking in the direction of Mathog.
Is my divine sense not picking anything up?
Oh yeah, your divine sense is going crazy.
In all directions.
Okay. Napsel's gonna start walking, I guess.
John, give me a perception roll.
Okay. Did you? Oh, that's the wrong one. There's where it is.
As you're skipping about, you notice that every now and again, your shadow doesn't move quite like you do.
Hmm. As he's skipping around Chaplin, he is going to try to mage hand pickpocket one of Chaplin's glowing rocks from him.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a counter perception just for lulz. I won't stop you.
Well, it's a 23.
You.
I notice. I don't stop you.
Okay. And then as soon as he gets it out, he's gonna have the mage hand throw it at the shadows, and he just turns and goes, "Ha ha! I got you."
It just hits it.
Does it keep moving in any weird ways?
It's still attached to your feet.
Is it distorted by the light?
Nope. I mean, no more than a shadow would be. You see that, like, as it hits it, it kind of, disperses, but immediately underneath your feet, you can still see where it's connected to you.
Chaplin's gonna lean down, pick up that rock, and walk back over with the rest of the group and say to the little child in front of him, I think in this case, she is a better actor than you are. And he goes and walks over next to Lilith, or who I think is Lilith. And Chaplin will walk up next to Arkin and walk up next to the thing that's acting like Arkin, and just nod and follow at a respectable distance. Was gonna call it out, but it's gonna keep acting.
You hear a voice in your head, Chaplin. What is going on with this? I get the feeling that she's trying to mess with us.
That is, in fact, very accurate. She's, in fact, very directly messing with us, I would imagine. I do not understand her exact intentions, but it seems obviously she just wishes to be entertained. And so it would be best to do what we can to entertain her at this time.
Well, if you want to be babysitter, you be babysitter.
I think she will follow along. Or if she grows too tired of this, she will simply find a way to make it more entertaining. Don't you agree?
Whatever.
It's good to hear from you.
And from behind you, you hear, "Oh, you're not going to play with me either, chap ass?"
Out of curiosity, and this is out loud, he turns and looks at John. Lilith, could you change forms to look like Arkin here, if you wanted to? Perhaps you should try that.
Oh, doesn't sound like much fun, but okay. And then he drops the spell.
I'm mostly curious if he can.
Oh yeah, he can. And Arkin standing next to you, he goes, "Oh, that's cute."
Oh, thank you. I do fancy myself to be cute.
That
Well,
doesn't
if we
sound
have
anything like me. Chaplain, give me a perception check. The little girl that just turned into Arkin still has the shadow of a little girl.
Oh. Chaplain just openly to the air. I would ask if this would upset you, but I do not imagine it would matter anyway. And he casts daylight on himself, which I do not expect it to be powerful enough to work, but it's worth a try. Will dispel darkness of third level and lower. And he makes sure that he is in range of Arkin's shadow to see if the shadow's affected at all.
The shadow is still there in the same angle that it was before you cast that.
Excuse me, Imposter Arkin, it seems you have a shadow that does not comply to your visible manifestation. Perhaps you should work on your facsimile to be a little bit more powerful.
Nah, no, I figure between my shadow and the Arkin next to you, at least one of these is Lilith, and therefore is in fact listening and has our undivided attention. So if we want to try again to maybe play a game to see if we can gain some information on where we're going, maybe we can speed this along, eh?
Okay, fine. Listen, you want to play a game? How about we play hide and seek? And as the Arkin next to you says that, Chaplain, everything goes black.
Is my daylight dispelled?
You still sense the daylight is active. It's a concentration spell, right?
It's not a place and forget it type thing.
Place and forget it, which I can place on me. But it is dispelled by spells of a higher level, and if a god's fucking around,
it is completely quelched out. You see nothing. You don't even see your hands in front of your face. And you just hear from right next to you, "Oh, that's cute."
Lilith, I'll make you a deal. If you point us in the right direction to get to Mathog quickly, I will stab Arkin in the leg.
Can Arkin hear this?
I should have been more specific. I will comply as soon as I find Arkin.
Can Arkin hear this?
As you say that, the darkness fades, and Arkin is standing next to Arkin.
Well, she's about as helpful as any other of your gods, so...
Arkin, can I borrow a knife?
Why?
Arkin, can I borrow a knife?
Also, which one?
He reaches a hand out to both of them.
I'm not giving him my knife.
Arkin looks like he's extending an empty hand, and then all of a sudden there's a dagger there.
See, that's how you could tell it's the fake Arkin. I would never give you my stuff.
And Chaplain takes the knife and stabs John Arkin with it and says, "You are correct. I'm stabbing you. Sorry. I'm going to roll a d4 -1 damage."
Okay. You have to hit.
Are you dodging?
Well, you have to hit his AC because, yes, he will try to avoid being stabbed.
Okay, hold on. We're making attack rolls. You wanted me to entertain a god. I'm entertaining God. That doesn't pass your AC, does it?
Nope. Like, he just kind of like slaps it aside and says, you know, it's so hard being the most intelligent here. How about you ask something that only the real Arkin would know from our past history?
It's very clear who is actually who, but what is your name, Arkin?
I'm not saying it out loud for a stupid death god to hear it.
That is the only thing that I know that she would not. Other than, I suppose, what was the first thing that I got angry at you for when we met?
Oh, you expect me to remember that far back and all the things you made me mad?
The first thing you got mad at me for was killing some woman who was being too loud when we were surrounded by vampires and trying to hide from them. There, you happy?
That would inform that you are the correct Arkin. I still need to stab you, though, and I will try again.
As you say that, Arkin, as you say that, Lilith looks at you and just smiles and goes, "Good to know," and then gone. No smoke, no darkness, no effect. Just you're looking at yourself and it's not there anymore. Gone.
Okay, so that means I won this round. Care to play another round so maybe we can get out of this place? No?
Chaplain will return the dagger to Arkin.
When you go to reach up, it's already gone.
Lilith, could you at least, in a visible way that I can see, point us to Mathog?
What type of weapon do you carry, Chaplain?
A mace.
As you ask, it falls out of your possession, and you see it like spin in a weird way, and the head points like in the direction you were walking, but over a little bit to the left.
Thank you. I will make sure we play more games in the future. Chaplain will pick up the mace and point in the direction. We should alter our course slightly that direction. And Chaplain will start leading that direction.
So, Chaplain, this is where you say, "Oh, Arkin, you're right. You're a genius. You know God's better than I do." You can say all of that, in any particular order.
Yes, it was a good idea. Thank you.
Genius.
It was also very likely to get you killed and your immortal soul to not be returned.
Exactly. Which was a risk that I took, and I warned you of ahead of time. But it didn't. It worked.
So did Absol just stand there and not say shit the entire time this was going on?
The entire time.
Even though he had divine sense and could totally tell which one was the real one. Okay.
As far as stabbing you, it seemed like something that would entertain a malevolent youth. My apologies for offering it as an option, but once I had offered it, I could not decline.
You trying to do physical combat is always amusing to all those around you. Don't worry.
I will remember that.
All right, you guys continue walking. Another hard to tell how long you've been going at this point, but you walked until the non-robots felt exhausted, rest, get up, and start walking again. And after a rest and another half day or so of travel, off in the distance, you start seeing this shape appear in the horizon. And you see this kind of gray, hazy silhouette of a city. And then floating above it, you see a mirror image of that city floating, taking up the entire span of the horizon.
So, which one do we visit first?
Well, I'll have fun with the one up there. You guys, not so much.
I would ask that we, at first chance, identify a temple so that I can set a waypoint for future endeavors.
Temple it is.
Also, for an interesting note, have we encountered any creatures? Well, okay, let me ask Cliff first. Have we encountered any moving? Oh, right, we encountered the mindless husks, but anything beyond those in Lilith?
No. You guys have seen things off in the distance, but nothing has come close to you or made any sort of contact. The closest you've gotten to anything other than what Lilith brought you was those people in the little town that you averted.
It does seem that the only major obstacles present in this location are Lilith herself. Perhaps future endeavors we should bring offerings. Lol.
Oh. Let's see. During their journeys, what he can do while traveling and then more while he's stopping, Arkin's going to be using his leatherworking skills to try to make a crude version of a teddy bear from the supplies he has on him.
Okay.
Let's see here. How many rolls would I need, or?
You already have the material on you, you're saying?
Yeah, he's just taking shit that he has and kind of just putting together this ugly little stuffed bear or whatever.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Go ahead and just give me a roll with it. 23 you did. Yeah, I mean, if you're just trying to make something simple like that, you could probably knock that out in like a night or two.
Okay. Other than that, he is following and alternating between taking notes of anything new that he sees that might be of useful knowledge to the school and studying.
Okay. So as you guys continue moving on towards the city proper, you see someone walking from like the city towards your guys' direction. And upon initial glance, they share similar characteristics of the people that you've seen in that town. But this person has a camel with them, and they are walking with this camel on a rope.
Cool, we can steal this guy's camel.
You say that out loud.
He's smirking while he says it.
Perhaps it might be best to speak with one individual from the city before entering it proper in case there are altercations with these people.
Good idea. You keep them distracted.
Visibly different. Do not steal his camel, please.
Oh, you're no fun.
I had no fun today. If you would like to have fun, I can get a game of tag going if you would like.
Then you'll owe us another favor. We'll probably have to do that.
God, we're going to have to play Death Word Tag. What challenge rating was that thing you sent at me last time, Cliff? Just for lulz?
It was up there.
Okay. It was not there for fighting. It was there to play tag. Chaplin is going to try and kind of nudge the party to be close enough to Camelman that he clearly sees us and can react, but not press an interaction. I want to see how Camelman acts about people who don't look like mindless husks.
So you guys are just gonna keep walking towards him as he walks towards you?
Yeah.
Okay. As you get close, you see that he's just walking in a straight line, like he doesn't really appear to be taking notice that you're in front of him or not.
I mean, I'll get out of his way. But I will try and get a better look as he passes if he seems to not give a shit that we exist.
Yeah, so as you guys start getting closer, you start to get this foul scent of decay. And the first thing you notice is that hunks of this camel's fur are missing, and the camel's eyes are just milky white. And this person, he is looking down at the ground in front of him, and he is walking, and he is just walking with this camel.
Interesting. Chaplin leans over and whispers to Arkin, "Would you mind if I greet him?"
Go for it. This should be interesting.
"Excuse me, traveler, may I ask you some questions?"
Just keeps walking.
"Interesting. Thank you for your time. Let's go see if the rest of the city is like this. If so, it may prove difficult to glean information."
After you.
And, I mean, as you guys are approaching, you're seeing the city on the horizon, but it's still a pretty far ways away.
Oof. It is possible that the entirety of the city is like that, and simply souls belonging to Lilith. In which case, as stated, information may be difficult, but I'm certain something in that city will be sufficient to count as a temple for my purposes. If not the city itself. Just gonna walk.
You guys walk for 2 more rests.
Jesus. It is a big city. Okay.
And as you finally approach this city, this is the largest city that you guys have come to. There are buildings that are hundreds of feet tall, very angular, very elven looking in design, but they are blackened and charred. You can see that there's this large sprawl of buildings that sort of reach out and bend towards the left on the slight uphill, and you can see in the middle there's a large area that is with these intimidating looking towering walls with buildings behind it and more buildings even further out. And as you're approaching, you can see thousands and thousands of people moving about the city.
Are these people the same kind of purposeless husks, or do they seem more lively?
From where you guys are right now, it's just people.
We're gonna keep going into. Are we at the gates or in the city proper right now?
You guys are kind of on the outskirts of city proper.
Let's get to the gates and we'll assess more.
Well, first thing you notice is there's no gates here. There are buildings that are kind of collected together. The only wall you see is further up in the area. There's like a huge walled in area, but this area that you're in right now, you're seeing it's just buildings, just a lot of buildings. Some of them have kind of tilted together. Like I said, they're all blackened and charred looking. As you guys approach, the first thing you see is the people here. They just look like regular people.
Oh, thank God. Just as an observation on the other people in the party, do we look the same? Have we suffered any negative visual effects?
Other than the fact that you are all just covered with this gray dust from the hellscape that you're walking through, no, you look the same.
Okay. Perhaps we should stop and ask for directions. It seems like we may get a better response. Absol, would you be willing to let me lead for a small while I attempt to find a chapel to set a waypoint in?
That's what we all agreed on already. How you find a temple is up to you. None of us have any kind of skills in temple finding.
I just wanted to make sure that you would not simply wander off without us. Thank you. And Chaplain will just go up to the first passerby and try and greet them.
And as you do, they kind of stop and look, and they look down at your feet, and they kind of get this like inquisitive look on their face.
Hello, I am Chaplain. We are travelers and new here. I am looking for directions. Would you be willing to aid us?
Did you all come from the other side?
Yes.
Through that?
Yes. We are resourceful.
Yeah. What kind of directions are you looking for?
The thing of most importance is there a temple in this city? Particularly one aligned with Lilith, if that is acceptable.
I'm not sure who Lilith is. There's
the god of death.
The Raven Queen?
Yeah.
Well, yes, the Black Citadel is located in the very center of Midtown. This road here, it'll follow you through. You got a little bit of a hike, but...
Is it safe to approach the temple and open to the public?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as you don't do anything to upset the Blackguard, you'll be fine.
Understood. Thank you. Chaplain's gonna go back over the party and just put up a finger in a wait a minute motion. Channel divinity Lilith. Hello, Lilith. We're at Mathog, and we're trying to get to the temple here, but it seems like they don't know who you are. Do they just not know your name yet? Is the temple in the middle of the city yours?
Temples are boring.
Fair enough. I'll burn another, or rather my last, Channel Divinity Lilith. Lilith, I normally can cast a spell to let me return to a place easily. Normally it's in a temple. And I want to be able to return here easily so that we can play more games in the future. Would you let me set that waypoint somewhere here? And could you tell me where you'd like me to set that?
Only if you promise to come back and play.
I absolutely promise.
That's fine. And you hear the giggles kind of trail off.
Chaplain's going to kind of gather the group for a moment. As a small bit of information, I have learned that Lilith's name is not known here. They still refer to the Raven Queen, as best as I understand, and have not understood the changing of hands of the Pantheon. Lilith does not particularly care for temples, and as such, I do not think anything in here has been changed to follow her needs. I will still be trying to set the waypoints outside of the temple, so we should still head there. But perhaps best not to mention her name for the time being, lest it upset the denizens here. And Chapman will turn and start heading towards the Citadel.
I reckon we'll follow.
So, to give you all some scale.
You prepped this thing? Jesus.
So, to give you all some scale, each one of these little shapes that you see is essentially like a grouping of buildings or like a small block.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big place.
Mm.
And you guys are like, why the hell did we draw on this damn thing? Stamp it. You guys are like, here.
Oh, there. Oh, yeah, okay.
So, yeah, the very, very south. So as you all begin walking through the city, you are getting every strange look that you can. What the hell?
I tried to refresh the stream, and apparently it made me redo an attack in Fantasy Grounds.
Okay.
And let's science that. Does F5 do something? Yeah, it makes me roll dice. Okay, good to know. As a small note, I assume, based off of my interactions with her, that I could probably set the waypoint wherever I want in this area, or rather likely on this plane, as I have her direct permission.
Yeah, go for it.
But I still think it would be safest to attempt to do so closer to the temple itself. I would not wish to accidentally waste a day.
Okay.
So I'm going to guide us down the path. Effectively, I'm going to make a decision once I see the guards and see how uptight they are, if they're going to attack us if I cast a spell or something.
Upon like walking through the city, it doesn't take long of you guys to be walking through to see the guards. The guards are wearing a very heavy plate armor that is blackened. They have a helmet on with a full visor, and they are wearing like a robe. And Chaplain, to you, it almost looks like holy vestments that they're wearing. and they have a sensor. And as they walk, they are constantly kind of pushing out the sensor, and you can see the smoke coming out of it. And you notice that as they're walking, most people clear a path for them.
Yeah, just a wild guess. That sensor probably kills people.
Fucking guys.
It's the plane of death!
No, I've dealt with these guys.
Oh, have you? Different campaigns? No, I'm not going to ask for directions. We're going to go until we get one who's standing still near a gate, which will be a minute, I know. Razor Maw. It's so weird to see.
Start looking.
It's so weird to see Razor Maw next to the financial district.
Right.
Razor Maw, Archers, Bard's Walk,
Ravenwood, Grim Garden. It's like Absol wrote all of these names.
Where is the Warlock Waypoint?
And then Screech got to name one thing: Camper's Corner. Sorry, we're being amused.
But yeah, so as you're walking through, everybody's giving you guys just strange looks. And you all, except for maybe Absol, you all stand out as pretty much everybody that you've seen has like pale, desaturated gray or brown attire, and that's pretty much it. There's not a large selection of palette going on here for clothing.
I'm wearing white robes.
Mm-hmm. You stand out a little bit.
A little bit.
Bright orange robot with white robes.
Gold chains.
But yeah, you kind of meander through following the different signs and the main roads. And you guys make it about midway through Razor Maw when Arkin, you notice that somebody has been following you for a couple blocks at this point.
Is it someone following him specifically?
Well, the group.
Okay.
But passively, you notice this.
Okay. He is going to, kind of do like the kind of underworld, nonchalant watching of this person, following them without them knowing that he's watching them. Let's see, what would I have to roll for that?
Yeah, you don't really have to roll anything. You noticed him passively, so I mean, whatever he's doing, he's not getting past your eye. So,
okay. Then he will message Absol and says, "It seems we've picked up a tail."
Kinda we can work with, or kinda we should avoid?
Seems to be one person, but I don't know what will happen if we get into a scuffle in this place.
Let's duck into an alley, tell the party to stay there, and see if he follows us.
All right.
We can try to lose him. But if someone's interested in us, we need someone to talk to.
All right. Okay. Make up an excuse so that Chaplin won't try and follow us.
Hey, Chaplin, hold on real quick. I gotta take a piss.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too.
The
Chaplin just dead stops.
It's a twin thing. It happens at the same time.
Yeah,
have to, like,
since we were
waddle away.
Turn to Screech.
Alright. This twin thing. Jesus Christ.
You wouldn't know about it.
traveling with Jake for like a year or some shit.
Screech wondering if she has a twin somewhere. Like, is this real?
Is that why I have to piss?
I mean, I never have to pee, so I don't really understand this.
And Chaplin has a bunch of twins, so.
As a note, Cliff, I said that every day or so I'd be messaging Red Chaplin. Has time moved close enough to normal?
You guys are. Your guys' like interpretation of day and night is way off, but time
Fair.
is not. Time has not changed on the outside world compared to where you are in there.
Okay. Then I'd stop after like 3 days. It's day 5 that'll get you.
Exactly. It's a week when you're there. So what are you two doing? Ducking into an alley to piss? While
Yeah, and like, or can keep an eye on this guy, see if he goes for Chaplin and Screech, or if he tries to follow us, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Ark is going to immediately like scurry up the fucking wall and on top of the roof and try and get a bird's eye view of this person and see what he does.
Are you doing this with your hood up, or are you?
Yeah, as soon as they get in the alley, he's gonna go ahead and do that.
Okay. What's Absol doing?
Besides giving Arkin an initial boost, if he even takes it, nothing. He's just gonna like wait right there in the alley, kind of peeking around to see if he can see the guy.
Ark is gonna see you try to give him a boost and purposely leave you standing there like this. You just hear him snickering.
He's still gonna go through the motion. Just climbing. He's like, all right.
I did it.
Look around.
So Arkin, you see that this guy kind of walks up to you to where Chaplin and Screech are, and he's about 15 feet away from them, and he's just kind of standing by a building, just pretending to blend in with everything, and Chaplin and Screech are none the wiser of this.
Okay, but he does seem to be keeping an eye on them.
Well, he seems to be standing next to them, yeah. Like I said, he's within striking distance of them.
Okay. What is he standing next to?
Oh, right now he's just standing next to a building, like right next to like a barrel. He's kind of like fiddling with the barrel, like.
Okay. Arkin's going to first. He's going to message Absol and says, "So far, it seems like he's just trying to be unnoticed, but stay close to the other two. I'm going to see how he reacts to something. 1 second." And then he's going to message Screech. Yeah, Screech. This will be more entertaining. He says, "Hey, Screech.
Huh?
There's a barrel like right behind you. What does it say? I can't see from where I'm at, where I'm over here pissing. I'm just curious."
She's gonna turn around, but like looking for barrel.
No, the wooden barrel, not you know, a barrel.
He's not here. He
Okay.
died.
Remember in the Knoll cave, those things that went kablooey that the Knolls were carrying?
Oh, a barrel. Why didn't you say so?
I don't know, silly me.
She's gonna turn around and look for a wooden barrel.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's wooden barrels and crates that are kind of lining the homes and whatnot in this area.
Do any of them have writing on them I can read?
Sure. Give me a investigation check.
Oh god. It's not gonna be great. It's not great.
Doesn't need to be. He just needs her to go over there.
Yeah. No real writing or anything. No.
There's not any writing on them.
Are you sure? You should look closer.
So what you're seeing as you're doing this, Arkin, is that when she walked near, this guy kind of like walked, a few feet away, and then like bent down and was like looking at something else. Like he's blending in way better than she would be able to perceive.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks, Screech. Perfect. That helps.
Okay.
Screech, what are you doing?
Arkin asked me to look at the barrel.
Interesting.
As she says that, do you still have message open?
He just closed it with her and is about to open it with Absol.
Well, you notice that as she starts talking to Chaplin, that this guy walks away a little bit, and he walks into a building nearby.
If they left and are messaging you, Screech, let's go stand in the middle of the open.
Okay.
I think they are... He leans in and... I think they are doing sneaky things, and we should make sure that we are easy to find.
Yeah, you don't want to piss in public. You gotta be sneaky about it.
Correct. We should...
Duh, Chaplin.
Stops in the middle of the open.
You just
Thank
see
you
her
for the
just looking at...
clarification.
You can't piss out in the open, duh.
Many days I am glad that my biology is different.
Okay, so yeah, he's going to
Fun fact,
relay
Screech
this.
doesn't piss either.
Birds are weird.
Yeah. He's going to relay this message over to Absol.
Does Screech just shit when she's walking?
I think that as a sentient species, that Kenku are a little bit smarter than that, and like
But-
actually use bathrooms.
But what about Screech?
I don't think she would. No.
Okay.
The rest of Kenku are super intellectual and shit.
I do
say, this is such a strange
bird.
She must
That's
have
the
been
one
dropped
that
on
fell
the
on
head.
the floor.
That one right there is a cracked egg.
Screech is there trying to have tea with them, like, I don't know what's going on.
Eats the cup.
Indubitably.
They're all like, oh, I'll sip, and she's like trying to pour it in her beak and splash. No, it's bad. It's bad.
So what do you think, Absol? Should we just ask this guy what he wants? Should we nab him?
Maybe not nab him. I'm gonna go talk with Chaplin and Screech, see if you can sneak up on him.
Well, I can most certainly sneak up on him. Who are you talking to here? What do you want me to do once I do that?
Do it once you have him. See if he talks at all, or if he's gonna run. And if he's willing to talk, then I'll bring the rest of the group over.
Okay. He's clearly trying not to be noticed, so he's probably going to try to run.
Grab him.
Uh-huh. Okay. I know of only a few ways to stop someone, but we'll do it your way.
Let's try not to do it magically. Just, put an arm on his shoulder, tell him not to run, see what he does.
Okay.
Stops was gonna head back out to the group.
Ark is gonna slide down off the roof and start making his way over to this person.
So you're going inside the building you went into?
Yep.
Okay. And as you go in, you see that this is like an apothecary. Strong earthy smells fill your nose, and you see that this guy is by the window, sort of browsing things on the shelf, but in clear view out the window.
Hmm. Is there anyone else in here?
Oh yeah, there's a few other patrons and then the storekeep.
Hmm. He's still messaging Absol. Let me know when you're ready.
Absol's like standing with Chaplin and Screech, like, yeah, I'm ready, I guess. Just let me know if you want us to go over there.
Okay, well, he's looking out the window at you guys, so when he runs, he's gonna go out the front door if he makes it.
All right.
Okay. So Arkin puts a hand on this guy's shoulder and says, "It would be a bad idea if you tried to run now, friend."
And you like
He like backs off and just remains invisible and doesn't do anything else.
But like everybody like in the store turns and like looks at him. Sorry. I'll be leaving now. And he like puts his head down and he kind of like.
Arkin tells Absol he's heading out the front door.
Chaplin, Screech, follow me. He's just gonna turn and start walking.
And you see this this elf kind of walk out of the store and he looks over at you guys for a second and he starts picking up his pace a little bit. He's not running, but he's walking briskly.
Arkin's going to he's going to do one of two things depending on the surroundings. If there's something to knock over, and like to obstruct his path or to trip him, he's going to do that, or he's just going to flat out trip him.
I think either of those would break invisibility.
Both of those would, yes.
Okay, well, never mind. He'll just keep walking near him then.
As soon as he starts picking up space, Apple's gonna like, hey, hold on, come here. And he casts command as he's doing it.
What's the save DC?
Probably
18 wisdom.
18?
Yeah.
Probably fail. Oh, he does not. As you say that, you see him sort of like look at you, and he begins walking a little bit quicker, and you see him sort of begin to shift his body a little bit, like he's moving towards the right side of the road.
Fucking hell. Alright. So Absol clenches his fist and hexing him and then casting it again.
With command, isn't there a thing that's like once they would break it or anything that they are immune to it for X amount of time? Or is that not a thing with command?
I don't think command
that's
has that
charm.
restriction. Yeah, charm is weird like that. No, charm you can recast. It's just that they know they've been charmed once it breaks.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything like that.
Okay.
Nope.
So he makes it at disadvantage this time.
Okay. He's gonna fail it, almost guaranteed, but let's see.
He's got this. Oh.
What was the command?
Drop it for. Come here.
So Arkin, you see him move to the right side of the road like he's about to hit an alleyway. And right before he does, he just stops. You see his posture just stiffen. And then he turns around and starts walking towards everybody. Does your tone change or anything when you say it the second time?
He speaks up like he's not trying to draw attention. He's just trying to be like he's beckoning someone that he knows. As soon as he gets to us, Absol's gonna like put his arm around him, like they're buddies, and like Screech, stand on the other side of him. He's gonna wait for Arkin to join us.
Someone in the chat. What was that?
What's happening?
I was answering someone in chat who's asking what D&D is. Like, how do you sum that up?
So Absol commanded the guy to come to him and then asked Screech to stand on the other side of him.
Absol's got his arm around him.
Screech is gonna look confused, but she's gonna waddle over and stand on the other side of the guy and just kind of like peek over at Absol. What are we doing?
As soon as he gets to you, you see the look kind of come back to him, and then all of a sudden you see the realization on his face that like he's not in a good situation.
I just want to make sure our friend doesn't run away, Screech.
I don't want any trouble.
No, we don't want any trouble either. He's just waiting for Arkin to show up.
Hey, you hear in your head, okay, what's next?
This is the guy, right? He's like, you're the one that was following us, right?
Yeah, that's him.
I wasn't doing anything to hurt you guys. I was just making sure that you guys didn't cause any trouble.
You could have just asked.
Right, what? Why us, though?
You're outsiders.
We are not here to cause any trouble. However, the guards have not taken interest in us. Why have you taken interest in us? To specifically keep the place safe from us.
Well, because the last time one of you people showed up, they weren't as discreet, and the Black Guard, they were just terrible for a few days. They just started getting back to normal.
I see. Is there anything you could advise us to help not anger the Blackguard?
Yeah, leave.
Are outsiders not accepted here?
Outsiders are usually tolerated, but everything's a little tense right now.
We are likely only passing through.
Well,
we will.
You guys need to hurry up and make your way to the other side then. And as he says that, he looks up.
And how would we do that? Remember, we are new here.
So you came all the way here and don't even have any intention of going to the other side? Why
we
are you
are
here, then?
Exploring, for lack of a better term. What is the other side and how do we get there?
And he just full stop bends his neck and looks up.
Screech is gonna do the same.
I mean, so you guys are standing inside of a city and there is a floating mirrored city above you. But we're talking about at this point, it's about a mile above you. But you can see like the taller buildings. You can see the roof line of these taller buildings. So he just kind of looks up. He's like, he followed this road over and then turn left at the hook and then turn right at the opening. You'll see the obelisk.
What is the other side?
It's the other side. It's the city that used to be on the material plane.
So, I see. Interesting. Through the obelisk, are we able to pass between sides freely?
Oh, yeah, how else are you going to get to the other side?
Implying, can we go from the other side back to this side, should we decide to?
I don't know why you would want to, but yeah.
I appreciate your information.
Can I
Absol, do you have any
go?
further information that you would like to ask this friendly gentleman?
No. And he like takes his arm off his shoulder and just like waits for him to run if he does.
He starts walking briskly away.
So, to better understand our situation, I believe I would like to set a waypoint in the temple here and then go through that obelisk to see what the other side is like. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, as long as we can make our way back here.
I am relatively confident that even should a portal not allow it, I will be able to get us where we need to be given a day or so. And Chaplain will start leading the way towards the temple again.
So if you guys continue on differently from where he told you to go, you would make your way in the initial direction you were headed. You guys would leave through the Razor Maw area, which is the architecture in the Razor Maw is a lot of smaller buildings, like single story. And you can see on the opposite side where some of the taller buildings are. You pass through a brief area of them, and you can see off in the distance these large, dark purple, almost black brick walls that stand 50 feet tall and have these spikes protruding through it. And standing in between, on either side, flanking the entrance to this, you see that there are two black guards on either side. And they are just standing there. They are holding the censer with both hands pressed up against their chest, and they are just standing motionless.
Chaplain will walk up equidistance between them and just gesture forward. May we pass?
You get no response from them.
Okay. Chaplain's going to step forward and be as far away from them as possible.
And as you walk into this area, anybody who has any sort of interaction or history with elven architecture, everything in this walled-in area is very much so elvish in design. If it wasn't for everything being like this purplish black color, it would look like something straight out of an ancient elven city. There's this main path that sort of winds around, and off in the distance, standing above all of the other buildings, you see this giant cathedral that is just pitch black.
That is our destination. Perhaps you may enjoy the architecture. Yeah, gonna keep walking there and keep trying to not piss off the blackguard. The goal is to get there and then, once inside the temple, ask permission to cast a spell in the temple from someone who works or operates in the temple before doing so.
Yeah, so as you approach, you see there's another large wall, like the exterior one, and you see standing in the middle of it is this giant black cathedral.
One quick question. There's
Sure.
an open area on the way there under the word under for underkind.
Uh-huh.
What is that? What is that open space?
Gallows.
Neat. But the actual cathedral proper isn't up to the walls. So yeah, we'll keep going to the walls.
Yep. And architecturally speaking, the thing that you notice is that this chapel is in the position that you would normally see like a king's castle.
It's the Raven Queen. Are the doors open?
The doors are closed.
Is there any
What's that?
Any guards outside the door?
There are guards outside the walls, flanking the entrance again, and inside the walls in the courtyard area, you see that there are people walking around in full black robes with these large, dark gray chains on. And they have these masks that look like plague doctor masks with these long beaks.
I'm gonna go approach one of them. Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Make it quick.
I would like to enter the temple and then cast a spell so that I can return to this place should I need to. Is that acceptable?
No spell casting in the temple. The temple is for worship.
Understood. May I cast a spell in this courtyard?
He sort of looks around. Just be aware that if this spell is malicious in any way, that you won't make it past the gate.
It is not malicious in any way. This is why I have asked you first. Thank you. Chaplain will step back, come to the group, and just put a hand up. I do not believe we are progressing any further. Please hold.
How long does your
just a moment?
Take?
It's literally one action. And I'm going to cast Word of Recall here and see if, with literally the god of this plane's permission, if I can set a waypoint outside of the temple instead of in it. Hell, I assumed that I could set in a random pub somewhere and she wouldn't give a shit. I have her permission.
As you stated before, there's no effect or anything, so you cast it. It does the same thing it always does.
A mild visual effect. Didn't we say just a short glimmer?
Maybe. I don't recall what you said with casting. I remember you said
a misting glimmer dropping down over a small, 5-foot area around them.
Sure, that would still happen then.
Okay.
And the guy that you were talking to is standing there watching you the whole time.
Chaplain will turn to him and bow slightly. That is all I needed. Thank you for your time. And he will somewhat quickly usher the party away from the terrifying, scary people. Let us head to this obelisk and see if we can find a slightly more cheery location.
Arkin's invisible, so he's not saying shit.
Screech, Absol, what are you two doing while Chaplain kind of walks off and is in the... I assume that you guys stood outside the gates as he walked into it, or did you all walk in the gates together?
Absol would have gone in.
I would have gone in. I would have followed Chaplain.
Okay.
Absol's not really taking the precautions that Chaplain is.
Screech is just following her friends.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are all standing within these imposing black walls as Chaplain casts this spell. And as you do it, you notice that there are a few people that take notice to you casting spells here.
Just cast the one, and I'm out of here. I got permission, and more importantly, I have your god's permission. You don't know that's your god, but I have their permission. Y'all fakers.
Do you say that out loud?
No. Chaplin does have a very mild, well, okay, a fairly not mild sense of superiority over all of these worshippers here because they're worshiping a dead god. So he feels absolutely in the right in everything he's doing. He's just trying to not anger them for the sake of. I want to spend an IP to change my mind. That's acceptable.
To what?
To deciding when they said got all aggressive, to casting the spell by the gallows instead. Because what I know of Lilith, this temple is boring, it's a dull place. She would rather a place like the gallows, which is going to be more entertaining.
Sure.
So I'll burn an IP for that.
Sure.
And that would be closer to a temple for her than that random building she doesn't give a shit about. At least that place gives her more friends. Then we'll head to the obelisk, or the obelisk.
Yeah. So as you cast your recall point near the gallows, for just a brief second after you do it, you see the shimmer of light. You don't know if it's coming from the city above or something otherworldly, but it does coincidentally happen as soon as you cast your recall point. No one else seemingly notices this.
Interesting. To the obelisk. I really want to see if the other side is, not dark and gloomy, and it's just like a normal happy city, just surrounded by shadow. Absol, I assume that Arkin is still nearby. Are you able to confirm that?
Absol was like, Arkin, you here?
Oh my god.
Here in your head. No, I'm nowhere near you.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to lead us to that obelisk and try and understand it before I just go randomly poking obelisks. But
yeah, so from the gallows, there's a road that actually leads down that way. And as you get out of the giant walls, you see that there is, as soon as you walk out, on the left and on the right of you, you see that there are nothing but brothels and inns and pubs, and everything in this immediate area that you're in is just debauchery. But just on the other side of that, you can very clearly see this large obelisk that goes straight up, and then there is this giant multihedral shape that is spinning around, and you can hear it slowly grinding as it spins. And on the opposite side of that, it just continues up, and you can see that it connects to the ground of the city above you. So this is just one tower that basically physically connects both cities. And as you guys are standing back taking in this sight, you see a few people walk inside of the obelisk.
leaning over to the visible party, well, the directions seem fairly clear. I suppose we should just head through, and Chaplin will just walk up the obelisk like he owns the place.
Go in the obelisk, come back out. If you're able to come back out, then I'll go in.
That is a fair assessment. And Chaplin will go up and put a hand on the obelisk first, but just try and walk into it.
It's cold.
Nice. Can I push into it?
No, it's solid. But I mean, as far as there's an opening, there's a clear door. Like there's an actual
there's a
door.
door?
To get into. Yeah.
How does this work?
Paws in my leg.
It's like someone just like poking
Ow!
at a brick and people
Eileen.
like, there's a door.
Bitch.
Yeah. So I mean, sorry. So there is a clear door, but if you touch the brickwork on this, it is cold to the touch.
Interesting. Yeah, no, he will like put a hand on it and admire it for a moment, but then he'll just walk through and see where he comes out.
As you walk in, you are standing in this room that is completely pitch black. And you see on the other side, maybe 25 feet away from you, there's another door with light peering through it.
I'm gonna go to the happy place. Do my best to not veer off any paths.
As you open the door, you're seeing the exact same area that you just walked through, but it's brighter. There's lights here. This section that was all brothels and whatnot, you're seeing that there are flashes of magic bursting about, and you see that there's other forms of entertainment that are in this area. As soon as you open the door, you start hearing the calls of bards and songs and instruments being played.
Chaplin can't smile, but he's going to smile internally and turn around and go back to the other side.
There is no other side to turn around into. As soon as you walk into this, there is one door.
Well, once I walk through and out the obelisk.
Oh yeah, so you're going all the way out?
Yeah, I'm going all the way out.
Yeah, and as you turn around, there's only one door back into this thing.
Can I enjoy the scenery for just a moment and then go back and see if I can make it to the party?
Yeah, so as you close the door behind you and walk back in, as soon as the door shuts, the sound is gone. And you see that there is a door. Everything is pitch black around this door. You can only really tell it's there by this gray dust that is sort of leading up to the base of this door.
I'll dishearteningly go and open the door and step out and greet Absol and Screech.
Yep.
Hello, Screech, Absol. Yes, it is simple to traverse back and forth, although I warn you, Absol, this other side is perhaps not to your liking. I'm sure you will be able to manage, however. I did not wander from the path. I simply headed from one door to another, and I would advise you to do the same, but it seems relatively safe. And Chaplin will just turn and go back in.
And Absol's head, what the hell is that supposed to mean? What wouldn't you like about it?
Beats me. Absol heads in.
It's cheery and happy.
Arkin's following.
All right. So you all see the same thing as you guys walk into this room. It's pitch black, except for there's a door where there's light kind of peering through it. And as you guys walk through the other side, you see again just the exact same thing you've seen before you walked in, but it's bright and colorful and cheery, and you hear the music playing of bards. And as you walk through, everybody kind of stops and looks at you for a second, and then they just keep going.
While I had just a moment without the party, on the other side, on the bright, happy side, I'm out of channel divinity, but do I feel like I can connect to other gods? Or do I have to burn channel divinity to test that?
As soon as you walk in, you kind of felt that little bit of spark that you lost when you walked into the Shadowfell. You kind of feel that go away.
Gotcha. Welcome, Absol, Screech, and perhaps nearby Arkin. It seems fairly obvious, but just in case someone is missing it, and actually just looking onto the horizon, do I see shadowy doom? Actually, no. Oh my god, that's big.
That's what she said.
Go back.
It is obvious that this city and the city we were just in have simply swapped locations on the respective planes. I believe we are technically on the material plane as of current. However, I imagine if we were to leave the city and then travel for a few days, we would end in the Shadowfell.
You hear just this disembodied voice next to Absol go, "Oh, I get it. This place is all happy and shit. That's why you wouldn't like it."
Correct. It was a jest.
Arkin, as you guys are talking, you notice that there are 4 guards that are walking directly in your guys' direction.
He's like, "Whoop, that's my cue." He slips behind Chaplin.
Your cue for what?
Nothing.
And then a few seconds later, you hear these voices. Outsiders.
Yes.
Come with us.
Hello. Very well.
And you guys see that there are these 4 guards. They are all wearing this polished steel armor, full plate from head to toe, and they are carrying very large two-handed swords. And yeah, so if you say okay, one of them will walk ahead and like motion for you, and 3 of them are standing behind you guys.
Chapel's gonna follow. I'm not gonna, piss off the guards of this city.
Messaging Absol. Okay, so you start by saying you'll never take me alive, and then that's when you make your move.
I thought you did something already. But you ain't pinning this one on me.
Wasn't me. I didn't do shit. Let's just pin it on Chaplin.
They came up and talked to him.
Yeah,
I believe I am the only one in the party who's been arrested before.
this is true. He's got
You're the
criminal
only one with
record.
street cred.
Yeah, this is fucking like Martha Stewart shit.
Freaking criminal.
Yeah, you're the only one with street cred. Just remember that.
It's done hard time.
You've never done time like me. You don't know what it's like on the other side. I was in there for like 6 minutes before my God literally descended from the sky and saved me.
Paid your bail.
Sugar daddy.
I have multiple sugar daddies. Let's be honest.
He is so proud of this.
I have a separate
I am
doc.
the wrong class.
I have a notes document for this game, and then I have a separate document just for deities.
Everybody, give me a D100.
Ooh.
Well, absolutely, one of us did bad. I don't know who.
Yeah.
If it's not a D20, I don't think any kind of roll, high or low, is good or bad.
That's fair. Screech D100.
Scratch.
No, I'm doing it fucking wrong. Why am I like this?
Scratch.
Please.
All right. So you guys start walking, and you guys are all getting this sense of deja vu as you are walking back up the same path that you walked before. You're walking through this area where all of these entertainment businesses were at. You're walking through this wall, except for this time, instead of it for being this dark purple, almost black color, the walls appear to be almost made of glass, like a thick green, like malachite glass. As you move through the area, you see that all of these elven buildings are in their true luster. They are shining in the sunlight as the light is kind of reflecting off of these all-glass buildings, these towers, these skyscrapers, if you will, of elven architecture. You go through the area where the gallows were at in the other city, and
It's a park.
It's a market. There's an open market there with stalls, and you can smell the flowers that are being sold as you pass by. And they walk you up to the secondary wall where there is this large chapel inside. This chapel being white with the green glass accenting different areas. And
what deitic symbol is or markings are on this temple?
There are none.
Interesting.
And they walk you to the entrance, and they immediately turn left and take you into a building right across from where the chapel's at.
Chaplain is going to put on a cloak as they progress and cover all his holy symbols as they go.
And one of the guards opens the door and kind of just motions his head forward. The Archbishop wants to talk to you.
Thank you. Just walks right in.
And they stand there looking at all you.
Arkin's going to message Chaplain. All right, Chaplain, what did you do? Did your face offend them?
Is Absol and Screech walking in?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Screech is following Chaplain.
Arkin, how closely behind them are you following?
Pretty close.
Okay. Because not too long after the last person walks in, the door shuts behind you. And as you walk in this building, you see that there is this bright marble flooring with a shallow staircase upward. And then there is just this throne made of pure gold sitting in the middle. And you see sitting on the throne is this elf, only they are the fattest elf you've ever seen in your life.
Okay.
And he's sitting there sort of slouching. He has this gold scepter that he has his hand resting on with these green gems on it. And he just... So... Another group of outsiders.
Yes, greetings. I am Chaplain.
Yes, I don't care. If you all cause any trouble here, I will toss you out to the shadows.
I thank you for your warning.
I don't assume that you were with the previous group?
We are not aware of a previous group.
Well, good.
We have heard that they cause trouble, but know nothing else.
Well, good. If you mind yourselves, then you may enjoy my city. But I wanted to make sure that I formally warned you that the entire time you are here, you will be watched, you will be followed. And if you do anything to step out of line, you will be tossed to the shadows.
What's the closest way to get to the shadows?
To act out of line.
He kind of like looks at you.
Might be something I need from there.
Chaplain just takes a step aside.
There's nothing you need in the shadows. The shadows are the epitome of death. Nothing returns from there. If you go searching for it.
Outside the city.
And like in just kind of a moment of disbelief, he looks at Chaplain and he looks at Screech. Like, is this guy fucking serious? There are shadows outside the city, yes. But this is not what I refer to. If you're trying to go to the Shadowfell, then by all means, exit the city any way you want. You're on your own.
Thank you for your blessing. And Chapel's just gonna take a step back, like trying to. I'm done asking questions.
Get your friend some help. He's gonna harm himself.
We will do our best.
That is all.
I'll leave quickly.
Absolutely, just follow right behind Chaplin.
Once outside, I am going to try and talk to one of the guards.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you walk outside, one of the guards is there waiting for you, and he's just standing there looking at you.
I have questions about this city. Who would it be appropriate to ask these questions of?
Well, I feel as long as you're here that you and I are going to be great friends, so I'll be glad to answer any questions.
We are travelers and new here, obviously, and know very little about the city. Is there anything notable that is prohibited in this city that could get us in trouble on accident? Such as worshipping the wrong deity or dressing in a certain way?
Just don't be a dick.
Chaplin hears in his head, impossible for you.
If you want to worship, the Holy Citadel is there. The Lord Bishop has allowed anyone to worship there freely.
Would you allow me to enter the Citadel and cast a spell, Word of Recall, so that we may return to the city in the future?
Let's go.
Please bear with me just a moment. Chaplin turns to Absalom and Screech. Do you have any specific plans? Are we going to spend a day here, or are you going to be immediately heading out, Absalom? Should we ask some information first?
Information's always good. If this is the actual shadow of just the corrupted lands that we walked through, then this is the area that I need to be in.
So, excuse me, gentlemen, to confirm, if we were to leave the city and walk for a few days' time, no matter where we went, we would end up in the Shadowfell, correct?
As soon as you leave the protection of the city, you're in the Shadowfell.
I see.
What
What's
you
the
all
difference
had to get through to get here was just a taste of what the Shadowfell has.
I see.
That was the areas of the prime material plane that have been corrupted by the Shadowfell. Here, you experience the true darkness.
To better understand, the city that is mirrored on the other side, they pray to a specific deity. Is that deity frowned upon in this location?
Let's just say you won't be the most popular bringing up the Raven Queen here.
Is the Raven Queen still worshipped outside of the city, or would that not be something that is common knowledge?
I don't give a damn who worships her or where they worship her.
Understood. Thank you. Turning back to the party.
Chaplin, ask about the previous group.
Oh, Could you tell us anything about this previous group that has made people assume we are ill-intentioned? We would like to know what they did that caused so much distrust.
They were loud. They were rude. And there was about 50 or so of them that came through here.
And beyond being loud and rude, was there any specific negative act that they did? Or was their disruption sufficient to cause this reaction?
Well, 10 guards were hospitalized and 1 was killed, if that's what you mean.
That is, in fact, what I mean. Thank you.
So, for your sake, I hope that you are not with them.
Me too.
As the Lord Bishop's courtesy would not extend quite so friendly as it is right now.
Thinking in my own head, Birkin, are you still there?
Indeed I am.
You're currently not known by them, and if you become known, it would likely cause problems. You should likely consult with Absol and figure out exactly what we are doing. Listen to the options that I'm about to lay out to the party as parts of your distinctions. And to the party, first, I think we should settle down in a tavern for some small modicum of time to better get a feel for the city and ask some questions. I believe with a great stretch of effort, I may be able to set another word of recall today. However, it would be a great extenuation of effort. It would be more wise to wait until tomorrow to do so. And if I did so tomorrow, I could perhaps even make us leave this location in the same day. Perhaps think on that for a moment while we head to a nearby tavern. Excuse me, gentlemen, may I have your name, please?
Yes, I'm Commander Lyondale.
Commander Lyondale. If we were to spend some small modicum of time in a tavern, what tavern would you like us to go to?
Well, by last count, I think we had 397 taverns, so you take your pick.
Does any of them specialize in cheese? I understand that is a strange question.
Specialize? No. Our resources for natural ingredients are rather limited. But we do have some that import different things from all over the world.
If you could, since you're unfortunately bound to us, it seems, could you guide us to one of those?
Sure.
Thank you. Arkin, are you still connected?
Oh, did you miss me?
I was more going to inform you that the time while we are walking is likely the time you should be discussing what we should do. Please let me know when you have reached a decision. Click.
You randomly click? It's fascinating. I'm writing that down.
So first off, you've heard him do that when he spoke before to other people.
So I message Absol. So Chaplain wants to know what the fuck we're doing so we can get the fuck out of here.
Okay, good. You're still here. Thought we might have lost you behind a door or something.
You think a door would stop me?
I mean, you ain't gonna open a door by itself and a bunch of guards. You'd have to sneak away around and maybe lose us. I don't know. I don't know what you do when you do you.
So yes, what are we doing?
Walk into a tavern.
Right, but are we staying here for some amount of time, or should we perhaps study, get more details, and come back once you have them? I'll vote for that plan.
So, if this city is from our world, and the flip one is from the Shadowfell. I would go back to the Shadowfell city, do research there, come back to this city, leave the city, and go figure out where I need to go.
Okay. What are you planning on finding in the Shadowfell city?
And the city that was originally from the Shadowfell should have some kind of knowledge on it.
What, you're gonna go read?
And Screech's book. I need to read Screech's book.
Okay, well, first off, good luck prying it from her cold dead hands. And two, don't hurt yourself trying to read.
So can he?
It took Screech a really long time.
She used to work in a bookstore.
And lots of assistance from Chaplin.
No, she could read it just fine. She just couldn't comprehend it.
words. I got it.
It's genuinely a complicated book because it's written in an older dialect. Fuck off.
Okay, well, how much time do you need for this?
However much time it's going to take to gather information from most of the taverns in the city and possibly some on this side of the city.
We're not sticking around the plane of shadows and deaths and stupid little girls and shit while you study forever. How about you, like, go and check out a book like a normal person? We go home, you read it, and then when you say, aha, I got it, then we come back. Yeah?
That could work.
There you go. Okay, so let's make that the plan.
That's plan B.
Wait, you had a plan A?
It is the plan, but it's just plan B.
Your plan A is aimless wandering.
Plan A is gathering information on the Shadowfell from the source.
Okay, so this is going to require you to do research. How do you plan on going about doing said research?
Hopefully, if I go to the flip city, I can actually just talk to people instead of having to do the book stuff. I'm better at that than going through books. I can't check out a person and bring them with us.
Okay, how about we give you a day, whatever the fuck a day means, till I'm fucking sleepy. How about that? You go, you spend your whole time talking to people, asking questions. Then, after that, we leave. We try again another day.
There's a sun here in like normal daytime and shit.
There's a city above you. But there is light, like, that kind of comes in through the cracks of, like, the buildings and whatnot like that. So there is light here. But yeah, there's a city above you.
Is the guy in front of us said he was a captain or a colonel or?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was gonna like speak up like, Captain. Does it get dark here, like nighttime?
Yes.
Thanks.
Didn't you come from the prime material plane?
I don't know how this works right
This is
now.
no different than the prime material plane, other than the fact that it's a pocket dimension in the Shadowfell. But this is the prime material plane, as long as you're in the city.
Got it. Thanks.
Interesting.
And it said, see, day passes normal here.
Okay, so how
Who are you
about
talking
you
to?
go ask her questions, and then we will hit the tavern. I don't want to go back to that area with all the brothels and shit. Girl might find out, stuff. Got a future to think of.
Gotta think of the kid.
Exactly.
Z.
Right.
God.
Want to get in that kind of custody battle.
Excuse me, Captain. If we were to rent a room in a tavern, would you allow me to cast divination spells?
You can cast what you need to.
Thank you. I am going to... You said, actually... Yep, okay. So, Absol, do you think that we should spend a day in this city? And I will research my way as best as possible while... Or are we attempting to leave today?
I think we're spending a day.
Understood. Then
Absol like looks in a random direction and nods.
I will plan on tomorrow morning going to the temple here to prepare a word of recall there. No, perhaps it is best that I do it now. Excuse me, Captain. I assume you would rather we not split up and continue as a group, as it would be easier for you to monitor us that way.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to have to insist on that.
Understood. Then, if you would please escort us to the temple for a few minutes, and then we can head to the tavern.
He's like walking you up to the inn that you requested to go to. And he's like,
Never mind. My
how
apologies.
about you get your room first?
I can head to the temple at the end of the day. I'll walk in the tavern. My brain just stopped braining. Oh, I ran out of water. And yeah, I'm gonna try and get one large room. Apparently, can't get separate rooms with this asshat following us.
Oh, you can get separate rooms.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and get a room for me and Screech, and then I will go in there and start casting ritual spells. Waiting for Arkin to fill me in on the plan, or Absol to try and make us go somewhere.
After you get your keys and whatnot, the captain actually like looks at what rooms you're in, and he says your room names out loud.
Absol not getting a room.
He says our room names out loud?
Mm-hmm. Like your room numbers, rather.
That's weird. Okay.
With that, Arkin's gonna do two things. He's A, looking around for anyone else who might be tailing us or watching from the shadows, and B, he's gonna open up a message to Chaplain.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
Okay. So 20.
There's no one that you detect following you now.
Okay. So, Chaplain, this is I tried to get Absol to agree that he'd spend a day trying to get some information from the other city like he wants, and then we leave once your spell is ready to poof us back. But he keeps saying that's plan B. So, I don't know.
Do you believe that we could survive if we were to go into the Shadowfell proper for as long as Absol decides it's appropriate?
I don't want to find out.
Well, it seems like if we do not find an exact location of a piece of Black Razor in the next few hours, that is what he is going to do. How would you like to proceed?
I am once again in the camp of this is his fucking thing, which was supposed to be Screech's fucking thing, but now we're on his fucking thing. And since it's his fucking thing, he should be playing the games with the little fucking girl of death and then finding out what the fuck he needs to know.
I'm not certain that she actually knows.
Yeah, well, has anyone asked her the proper questions?
Bear in mind, she is new to this job and likely has not fully surveyed her realm, as she's been busy playing.
I'm sure she would detect a piece of magic that doesn't belong in her realm. That seems familiar to the weapon that he's carrying around.
In this place, I should be able to communicate with Jackal and attempt to glean some information.
Perfect. Yes. Call Mr. DeJackal. Tell him I said hi.
But I see a very real possibility that if I do not glean information in the next few hours, that we are marching to our death.
Okay. Well, make it snappy. I believe in you. And he's gone.
Okay. Chaplain will settle down. Screech, I'm going to be casting some spells for a while. Do you plan on doing any reading?
Yeah.
Boop.
Yay.
So I'm gonna, slap that at her, and then I'm going to spend an hour to ritual cast Commune. Once I slap a bonus to Screech. And Commune is...
Here's my info. Yay.
Oh, it's in domain spells, isn't it? Commune is deity. Jackal. 3 questions with a yes or no. And the first question will be, are the locations of any of the fragments of Black Razor known to any? Or known to you?
Yes.
Are any of those fragments in the Shadowfell?
No.
Are any of those fragments on the Prime Material Plane?
Yes.
That is sufficient. Chapman will get up and go over to Absol. Absol, I have spoken with the Jackal, and I have confirmed that he knows, in fact, where some of the things you're looking for are. He has confirmed that none of them are actually in the Shadowfell, and that at least some of them are on the Prime Material Plane. If we return to the Prime Material Plane, I am certain that I can help guide you to some of the specific fragments, given more time to speak with him. Is this a task you're willing to do, or do you insist on continuing to the Shadowfell, knowing that there are no fragments present there?
Absol's like rocking back in his chair. We've had access to this fucking information this whole time.
You've never asked me to investigate.
Alright. Okay.
I offer
Well,
myself...
you don't have to investigate. I'm doing this shit myself.
Understood. I will be taking us first thing in the morning back to Fortunis, most likely. But we will probably do so from the Shadowfell side of this city. In fact, yes. Let's go up to the temple now so I can set a waypoint here should we ever have to return. Chaplin's going to get up and see if anyone follows him.
One person does.
Well, 2 is Screech and the guard.
I meant the guard.
Yeah, no, Screech is gonna follow Chaplin. She just wants. Gotta stick with friends.
I'm going to go, assuming Absol is going to join, and I will waltz up to the temple.
Yeah. The guard will wait for Absol to get up and start going too.
Yeah, Absol goes, but he's keeping a noticeable distance at this point.
So when we'll get to the temple, I'll state what I'm trying to do to the guard, ask if we were to reappear in the city using a word of recall spell, where in proximity to this temple would he like it to be, preferably inside of the temple, as I do not believe it will work outside of the temple grounds.
Yeah. I would prefer you didn't do it in the temple and interrupt people during their prayer.
On temple grounds is sufficient.
A large courtyard here for you to use.
That would do well. Thank you. And we'll go just stand in the middle of the courtyard, cast the spell again, burning my 7th level slot. Setting a waypoint there. I believe that is all we need, and we can probably leave you be and return to the other side of the city, as we have determined we do not need to do anything over here, as we do not wish to cause any trouble.
Well, I wouldn't want you to get lost. I'll escort you to the obelisk.
I appreciate yeah, and he's not going to really say anything until the other side of the obelisk.
Just know that Tensilis will not give you a refund on your rooms.
This is acceptable. Thank you.
Yeah, he walks you right over to the... Huh?
How much are the rooms?
Nothing, okay. 20 silver a night. Yeah, he walks you over to the obelisk and...
I'll go on through. And on the other side, I'll ask for Arkin and hope he made it.
Yeah, more or less.
So once at least the visible people are on the other side, Chaplin will just out loud, Arkin, did you make it with us?
Yep.
I'm sorry I cannot publicly announce my plans. However, if at any point on the other side you were discovered, it would likely cause us to be thrown out into the void. And while I will have to wait the better part of a day before I am able to take us anywhere else, I did not wish to make you wait in your current state for that duration. So we will have to find a place to rest here that is relatively safe.
Yeah, whatever. Can we go yet?
After I rest, yes. So if one of you two would be kind and find a tavern you consider safe, I would appreciate it.
You turn and look at all these sleazy motels and fucking brothels everywhere.
Trying to find a room that isn't already automatically accompanied.
It's like 5 silver an hour. Like, what?
No, I want the room to be empty.
Pans his head, looks at the closest person walking in their direction. He's like, hey, where can we get some sleep around here?
Sleep on the streets for all I care.
Much appreciated, dickbag. Walk back to the group.
Perhaps we should just walk until we find a sign.
I mean, you're literally standing in an area of nothing but brothels and taverns and fucking inns. Like,
I'll pick
literally
one that doesn't say like live women all over the top of it.
Most of them don't have any advertisement like that. You just know.
It's assumed.
This place. Yeah, no, I'll go try and rent a room that is not currently occupied and keep it that way.
5 silver an hour, 20 silver for the night.
I'll pay 20 silver for Screech and I. I'll even tip away.
All right. Absol, what are you doing? Are you waiting around for them, or are you doing your own thing?
Absol's going to not wander, but like stay outside for a lot of the night and people watch the sky, the area.
Okay. So Chaplain Screech, are you two just going to bed right away, or?
The party is waiting on me to be able to cast Order Recall, so I am.
Okay. Arkin, what are you doing?
Arkin's going to. He's gonna hang with Absol for a while, and then eventually, when he gets tired, he's just gonna go to bed.
Once everyone goes to bed, Absol is going to try to talk to someone. And shit, how much money I got? He's going to offer a platinum piece to anyone that can tell him if a location to get tattoos.
So, for DM clarity, are you walking around saying, "I got a platinum for anybody who can tell me where to get tattoos"?
Gets bugged immediately.
Well, he he's not walking around asking that. He's like gesturing people over, asking them, and if they give him a straight answer, he's gonna give him the platinum.
Okay. You find an old elf, one that actually looks old, so you know he's fucking old.
Damn.
And you're gonna turn into a wanderer. You stay up all hours of nights.
Do this where I'm from. Makes no difference here.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong. It makes all the difference here. What kind of tattoo do you want?
In this realm, is there something that a traditional warrior would get?
Well, traditional as in what? This realm's inhabitants are the Shatterkai. Sure, there's some that they would get. But if you meander down to Orktown, their traditions are a little different.
What kind of markings do the Shatterkai wear?
Mostly sigils are things dedicated to the Raven Queen. Most of them are incantations that can be used, so they function both as art and as a weapon.
That sounds fine.
Well, you head into the West Ward. You can find a place. But it's going to take some convincing for them to speak to an Enterkai.
Hands over the platinum. See what I could do then.
He like looks at it and says, "This is a good start." Yeah, so if you move in through the city walls, and you make your way to the back of this area, the westward, the first thing you notice is, like, as you approach it, that you stop seeing basically every other kind of race. And you are only seeing Shadar-kai here. And they definitely take notice of you being there. So you can either do like a perception based on sight, try to find it yourself, or you can stop and ask for directions.
He's gonna stop and ask. Same tactic. If people blow him off, ignore them and find someone that's actually willing to talk.
So most of the people respond to you in a language you don't understand. But you definitely hear the word Antarkai said multiple times from multiple people.
I'm just gonna keep at it. He has all night.
Give me a persuasion roll. Or intimidation, depending on your tactics, I guess.
Nah, I'll use intimidation. Someone's gonna tattoo Dick and Shadar-kai on me.
After a while, you find one that's actually willing to talk to you, even though he kind of talks to you like a dick. He talks down to you a little bit. Like, and what do you want?
And does this one have markings?
You can't tell from what he's wearing. There's no visible markings, but he definitely has clothes on. He's not walking around like shirtless or anything.
Tattoo business. Anything like that around this area?
Yeah, there sure are. For Antarkai, you'd be better off in Ravenwing or Orktown, though.
Want to try my luck here.
You have no luck here. To earn your stripes.
How would that be done?
What do you know of the Raven Queen?
And he will unsheath the weapon a little bit to show it.
You don't know what the fuck it is. As you, like, pull your weapon out a little bit, he pulls his out of his sheath.
No, this was one of hers.
One of the Raven Queens. Bullshit. What is an Antarkai doing with that?
Wherever it was being held, I rescued it from a gnome that had imprisoned it along with other sentient weapons.
Oh, you Antarkai are the same. Rescued it. So, what field did you play towards her?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Us? We are still loyal. Even in her passing, we are still loyal. So, what are you going to do to help us?
Do you know the name of the new one? Her successor?
She doesn't have a successor. Anyone claiming that is false.
I can
Time
give you
will
the
tell.
name.
What's the name?
Lilith.
Follow me.
Also follow.
Takes you to a sketchy alley.
Shanks you.
No, that's us.
Well,
He walks over to a cellar and he boom, boom, boom. And after a few seconds, you hear some chains, and the door opens up. We found ourselves an Antarkai loyal to the Raven Queen. Says he wants some tattoos. And you see this guy down there, and he kind of looks up and he smiles, and his teeth are just gray and dull. Well, come on in.
Yeah, we'll go in.
And you're dead. No. You wake up in a bathtub.
Your medicine's checked. I got your missing kidney.
And you see this guy walk through, and he's wearing these tattered like brown pants, no shoes, no socks, and he has a tunic that's split down the middle, and his chest is exposed, and you can see that his entire chest is tattooed up. And you can hear his feet smacking against the damp cement ground of the cellar, and he walks you over to this dank ass chair. He's like, sit.
Take off his armor and plop down.
And what speaks to you most in this life?
Power.
It does for all. And what will you be willing to exchange for such power?
He like points to his eye. I've exchanged plenty. Do I need to show more proof?
And he like reaches over and actually lifts it. And what are you hoping to get out of a brand on your body?
He like points to the rune that he has on his chest. Right now, deeper my devotion with, and he points to the black razor.
And as you do, he smiles this big gray smile. And he like takes his forearm and he pushes you back into the chair, and he just begins tattooing. Is there any area that you're guiding him where to go, or are you just letting him go to town?
Fucking freestyle. Let the artist do what he do.
He starts off on he starts off on your neck, and he begins going down, and it goes around your collarbone, up the other side, and then down your back, almost in like a serpentine. And it's sort of these almost like tribal looking lines but they all have sort of a feathery edge to them, like it's all composed of feathers. And it takes about 3 hours for him to finish this. Give me a con save.
How large is this tattoo? And he did it in 3 hours.
In a world where you just walked through an obelisk to get to a floating city, the 3-hour tattoo is what makes you lose your fucking suspension of disbelief.
I know!
She's like, hold on, bullshit.
Make things a lot faster, and I'm just like...
Well, it's mostly like line work, right? So it's not like it's filled in or anything, it's like lines. But it's still a large tattoo, and yes, 3 hours is probably a little bit faster than it should be in real life. But he's a magic fucking elf.
My brain just... That's when it stopped. That's when it was like, nah.
Full of the things.
Like...
I'm a robot that prays to a billion gods.
I'm a bird.
Yep. She follows all that. 3-hour tattoo, though? Nah, son. After he's done, he says, "This is only ink. But we can make it so much more." And he puts his hand on Black Razor and he pulls it a little bit.
You like sit up and like watch him closer.
As you watch, he pulls the blade out, and he walks behind you with it, and you could feel right where he was tattooing at before that he makes a slice down your back, and you can feel it kind of go in an angular motion, almost like a kind of like a shallow backwards J. And as he does that, he begins speaking in a language that you don't understand.
Would a backwards J be an L?
Well, it's actually like, it's actually a J, right? Like an upside down candy cane, right? J.
Yeah, so the way that children are taught to print a lowercase L is a backwards J. It has that
Who the
hook.
fuck does that?
Every handwriting book out there.
A fucking L is a line.
Yes, I know, as adults we just write a fucking line, but it has a little hook at the end in children's, like, the practice writing.
They teach shit differently now than when I was taught, because I was never taught to do a backwards fucking J as an L.
That's what I was taught, and that's what they're still teaching where I work. So
Yeah, that's
like...
why your generation sucks.
How old are you, Cliff?
35.
Yeah. Boomer.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, enough jamming, don't ask my age. Damn kids. When I was taught how to make an L, we had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to school.
Meg's on my side. Fuck off.
Backwards J. Not an L. It's not an L, because an L is a straight line. And you already said that as an adult, you write it as a straight line.
Well, yeah, because I'm a lazy fuck.
Well, guess what? We're all adults here, and we all write it with a straight line, so it's a backwards J.
We're
So
all
he does a...
lazy fucks.
I will mute you. So he does a he does a shallow backwards J. That is not an L. And as he's doing it, he is saying something in a language that you don't understand. And as you look down, you see this entire serpentine pattern that he put on you is glowing with this bright red. And he kind of gives you Black Razor and he pushes it against your chest. And he says, "Remember these words. Anta Celius Comnus."
So we'll repeat it back to him.
As you repeat it back, you feel the sword kind of jerk in your hands closer to your chest. And you feel this burn over the entire area. And as you hear this, as you feel this, you hear this voice in your head. It says, "How is this possible?"
What do you mean?
How are we linked?
The people of the god that created you still have ties to her.
Where are you?
In a pocket dimension between Shadowfell and the material plane.
And as you say that, you feel the connection sort of break, and the tattoo stops glowing. With this, you have the ability to cast Commune once per month for free. And for all the non-spell experts, Commune is a 5th level divination spell that says you contact your deity or a divine proxy to ask 3 questions that can be answered with a yes or a no. You must ask your questions before the spell ends. You receive the correct answer for each question. But it does say, divine beings are not omnipotent, so if they can't know the answer, they can't give you the answer, blah, blah, blah. But you get a 5th level spell that you can cast once per month for free. And as you look over, this old Shadowkai is just looking at you like...
I will like stand up, stretch after sitting down for 3 hours, like give him a smirk, and start pulling out the his money pouch.
Now he will happily open his hand to gather some of that change.
I'm gonna give him 10 platinum.
All right, subtract it from your inventory. And he kind of like smiles and says, "Come back when the power speaks to you."
Alps will suit up and head out.
Okay, good plan. Use bedtime.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, so you guys all go to sleep, wake up the next morning, and like there's something kind of depressing about the fact of like you're waking up and it's still like dark and gray and dreary, and this place is like, the beds aren't comfortable really. Everything has like that layer of that gray dust on it. Like no matter what you do, you just can't get it off of your clothes and especially your shoes. And yeah, then you guys get up and head out, and Absol's just sitting out front.
If everyone is ready, I believe we are going back to Fortunis. Is that accurate, or is there another location we should be heading to instead?
Let's just be away from here.
Absol, is this acceptable? Absol isn't here.
He looks preoccupied.
He would agree.
Yeah. Then
He's
Chaplain
meditating.
gather everyone together, mounts included, and use Word of Recall, which, while we are on the Shadowfell, we have clarified that Word of Recall doesn't give a shit what plane you're on, and will take us back home. So I'm going to take us back to Fortunas. Burning.
Before you do that, wait to see if Sin was going to say any your thing or do anything else.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a D100 real quick.
Chaplain, if I end up in the pond, I'm throwing a dagger right at your head. Or any body of water. Before you try and get clever.
Was there anything else you were going to do in the city, Absol, before... Okay. So, you're on mark, wherever you want to land at. Chaplain, where are you landing at?
All right. Again, I'm burning an IP for lulz. So, we've determined there's a small fountain outside of the Temple of the Jackal in Fortunas.
Yep.
I want him standing on the ledge of the fountain. Not in the water, but standing on the ledge of the fountain.
Okay.
Just like I followed your rules. Technically, I'm correct.
Materialize with the dagger already cocked. Yeah, okay.
To clarify, Absol, you seem to be unhappy with the fact that I did not have information regarding the presence of what you are searching for in the Shadowfell. We did not know you were searching for that specific thing in the Shadowfell until we were already in the Shadowfell. And when I am in the Shadowfell, I cannot contact deities that grant me information. And thus, because I did not know what you were trying to ask, I could not ask it until I had the ability to do so. If there's further information you would like to glean regarding location and further information, please let me know, and I will do my best to grant you that information. But for now, are we all in agreement to head towards the dwarves in Peak Ascendance?
Sure.
We are still attempting to set up a portal for the sake of Dracarius there, correct?
Oh, yes, they're going to pay us for that. Yeah, let's do that.
Absolutely. Is this acceptable?
Lead on.
Is there any information you would like me to attempt to glean over the coming days?
Nope. Like I said, I don't want you to do shit.
I'm glad I could be of assistance. Yeah. So, with that said, we'll go down a familiar path, and when we pass the bridge, we'll go the other direction that doesn't take us through the Scary Lands. Although, in this campaign, at some point, I have to visit Lilith again. That'll be a thing.
I mean, at some point, everybody's going to visit her.
True.
So, yeah, so you guys head down the same path that you had before. You take the right fork this time.
Sorry, but over a day or so, I actually want to PM the Jackal and ask him, would assembling Black Razor cause problems for you?
For me, no.
Okay. And if I can ask another question or two, would...
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days to get there.
I got plenty of questions. Would there be any negative effect on a deity level to Black Razor being assembled? Okay.
No.
Then I don't give a shit. Uh, where is the closest piece of black razor that you know of to us?
You're not gonna like the answer.
I don't actually have to tell anyone the answer, to be fair. I can just move on to the next closest.
The closest one would be around the neck of your friend that is trying to get Black Razor back.
Is it Beryl's eyes? Or the tattoo he just got?
Look at his neck.
Around Absol's neck.
He's not referring to Absol. He's referring to the guy that's trying to get Black Razor back.
Oh, gotcha.
Huh.
And over the next 2 days, I'll ask him the location of the other two.
The other one on the prime material plane is in an Emperor's collection. And the third one has not been located yet. And the Jackal lets you know that he just found out where the second one was located at.
What Emperor?
Kelrez.
Okay, I'll figure that out later.
Give me a history roll.
Skills. History.
So Kelrez, damn it, I got the tokens locked over here. Kelrez is a small nation around the same size as Amathil, that is basically operated as a countrywide military. Emperor Kelrez, he basically just takes what he wants. So if it's in his personal collection, he just took it from somebody.
Like this guy.
You would.
Who is the gnome? I'll ask one more question after this and I'll stop.
He goes by the name of the Handler.
Where does he draw his power from? Because it seems deadic.
It's not. He is mortal. He has just had many of hundreds of years to hone his abilities.
Okay.
He has his own pocket dimension that he created on Alta Lingue.
Just thank you. Jackal's been busy for a bit and unreachable, so it's just been nice to talk to him and say hi. Also, I'll fill him in on. Actually, I don't need to fill him in. He sees everything I see, I'm sure. He knows about it. All right. Over the next day or two, I am also going to try and, while Absol's distracted, just like wave to Arkin and point to my head.
How's it going, Chaplain? Oh,
No.
Did you talk to the Jackal?
Yes.
Did you tell him I said hi?
Hold on. He's busy. Sorry.
Maybe next time.
Not going to bother him for that, but Absol does not wish for me to investigate further regarding Blackrazor. He seems upset that I did not know what to investigate first. However, all the same, I investigated just to see if I could provide any information of value to him. And unfortunately, I have answers. I know where two pieces of Blackrazor are.
Unfortunately.
One is with the gnome who had Blackrazor. So that would be a self-solving problem of going and killing him, but he is kind of powerful. He's not a deity, just very powerful. The other one is held by the Emperor of a nation. Which means going after it would either be incredible espionage, which would be just you, or starting a war with the country.
Ooh.
So, in short, they are tasks that I do not know that I have the power to fulfill, and I do not know that I wish to fulfill them. And I'm certain that Absol will eventually glean this information. I would encourage you to take some time to figure out what you believe you should do and you believe we should do when he decides he's going to go fight a nation or try and fight the gnome that could control a pocket dimension.
Yeah, either way, he's fucking dead. I am not going to try and sneak into the empire of a foreign country and possibly start a war with fucking Dad King. Like, granted, I don't give a shit what happens with him because he'd probably enjoy it, but I'm kind of trying to stay in good standings with the Queen. So, yeah, that's out of the fucking question.
Then what do you do when he discovers and attempts to do it regardless of our interests?
Well, if you never fucking tell him, he'll just keep wandering around aimlessly like he's been doing, and we won't have to do any of that.
He has specifically asked for me to not tell him. However, I believe he will eventually figure out some of this. So do prepare for a contingency and time when he gleans this information and how you will react. I will not be aiding him in assaulting a country, and the gnome, otherwise, I'm not going to give you the name for safety, but the gnome is not a fight that I believe we can win.
Absolutely not. So you're concerned that Absol's investigative skills will figure out this information on his own.
I am concerned that the missing piece of his face will eventually come back with information on where Absol should go hunting.
Well, I will let him deal with it when that time comes. But if he didn't want you to give that information, then he clearly doesn't want your help yet.
I will not offer information unless he asks. And if he asks, I will take the time to research it and consult you further. Be well, and try not to think on this too much.
Already forgotten.
Sorry, Finn. And we'll continue on our merry way.
All right. So yeah, you guys travel for about 6 days or so, and then you get to the mountain pass where there is this large opening carved through the mountains, and just from the looks of it, it appears that it was carved magically, not by any tool. Chaplain, it reminds you almost of if someone did what is it, Shape Earth?
Stone shape, but on
shape.
a mass scale.
On a mass scale, yeah. It looks like almost like the cave naturally grew with this tunnel cutting through it. The tunnel pass takes you about a day and a half to get through.
Wow.
You're going like through an entire mountain. But the inside of it is lit. And there are sections where you can go off of the path to actually rest if you need to.
It's got pit stops.
Yeah, they call them rest stops. They're hoping it'll catch on.
That's terrible.
On the night when you guys decide to actually sleep there, there's sort of an area that's like a wooden plank that's built up above ground level, and there's sort of like a lean-to with a single light that hangs off of it, where you could set up. There's some tables and whatnot to set up your own little camp area. But other than that, there's nothing too fancy in there.
It's the nicest we've had camping in the wilderness in ages. There's a table.
Yeah, there's a few tables.
Let's re-prepare Temple of the Gods. Next time we need to go proper roughing it.
Man, I thought you had that prepared. I was trying to give you that grand opening.
I unprepared it to prepare Firestorm, but now I'm shuffling things around again.
Alright, so I guess you guys are just sleeping on the ground like plebs.
Well, the temple won't fit in the tunnel first.
You don't know unless you try.
And there's a little bit of me that feels weird of like, I gain levels. Suddenly I can do a bunch of new things. So I'm trying to like find a RP way specifically for that spell because it's something so unique and special.
If there's only something you could have asked the Jackal within like a 6-day travel to the...
That's fair. In fact, let's... Do I get a boon with Trixie, or is my...
You do not with Trixie.
Okay, I don't have a boon with Trixie.
I don't think Trixie even knows your name.
That's fair. Yeah, because I kind of burned any rep I have with her. Do I have... The boon I have with the Jackal, is that weekly, monthly? How's that work?
Weekly.
Then I'd like to burn the boon of the Jackal to have a full schematic and layout of my original temple.
Okay.
It feels like something fairly easy to just have appear in a book and a page.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll roll with that.
Yeah, you see that there's a... you notice that there's a loose leaf of paper that's tucked inside of your journal. And when you pull it out, there's this folded page that's about the size of 4 pieces of paper together, so like, folded twice. And on it there are sketches, like perfect sketches of the outside of the temple, from the front view, from the side view, and then on the bottom 2 pieces there's like a top down of the actual layout, like a blueprint grid of the original temple. And you look at that and you're like, yeah, that's too big to fit in this cave.
As a note, I have spoken with the Jackal over the past few days and gleaned some information about my old temple. Should you wish for a safe place to rest, I believe I can provide it. However, it will be conspicuous. Let me know if you would ever enjoy a warm place to rest for the night.
Can it be not a temple?
No.
You should work on that.
Got a sign out front that says not a temple.
I suppose I could sleep indoors while you could camp outside.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so you guys all camp out in this area. Absol, while you're up all night doing weird shit, on one of the tables that's in this area, you see this board that's laying, kind of like a loose board on top of the table that has all these letters on it with this piece of triangular metal just sitting on top of it. And as you're sitting there looking at it, from the corner of your eye, the little metal triangle looks like it moves a bit.
In medieval Ouija board. Absol will go sit down in front of it.
And you hear the scraping of the metal across the wood as the triangle stops. And it stops on D. O. Y. O. U. W. A. N. T. T. O. K. N. O. W. And then it slowly goes off the board and it stops right in front of you.
Just like sit back and look at it. I'll take any info that you have.
Nothing happens when you say that.
He gets the triangle piece of metal and he like puts it down, like flicks it to make it spin.
It spins, it stops.
You'll grab it and move it to the Y, the E, and the S on. Like, look at it.
As soon as you touch the S, you get this strong smell of iron. And when you pull your hand away from the metal triangle, you notice that your hand is wet. And you hear this dripping noise from behind you.
Turn around and check it out.
You see the silhouette off in the distance of this cave of a throne with someone sitting in it.
I take it I don't recognize who was in it.
You can't tell. It's just a silhouette. It's 100 or so feet away from you in this cave.
Try to move closer to it. Does it look like it's staying where it's at, or does it look like it's still moving with me?
Its eyes, which you can see are glowing red when you get closer, are following every step you make. And as you get a little bit closer, every step you hear your feet sloshing through liquid.
Just gonna keep moving.
It's blood.
And as you get close enough, you see that there is this thick, large figure sitting on this throne, and the throne almost appears to be moving in sort of a slow ripple. And as you focus your eyes, the throne appears to be blood, and the blood coming off of it is just rushing onto the ground underneath your feet, all around this area that you're in. And you see that this person is sitting there holding a sword across the back of their neck that looks exactly like Black Razor, but it's red and dripping with blood. And this figure leans forward and looks at you, and he smiles these perfectly white teeth. And he says, "I have what you want. Come and get it." And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Cliff, I want you to look at the last thing I said in chat.
I seen it.
Okay.
So yeah. So thanks everybody for hanging out. You have like 30 seconds to buy a Halloween t-shirt if you want to, otherwise they're gone. We did make our stream loots goal. So we gonna do a giveaway for a free one. Exactly. You haven't unlocked that character yet. It's gonna cost you $14.99, but not in real money. You gotta buy $14.99 in Quest and Cliffhanger coins, and then you gotta use all the coins that you earn from that $14.99 to unlock the character with it. But it costs like 1,700 coins, but you have to buy them 1,500 at a time. Sorry, that's just how it works. If you're not a gamer that has to deal with microtransactions, you probably don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Where is my giveaway button? Here. Streamloots deck, giving away, starting now, exclamation point, gimme if you want it. So yeah, hopefully next week I'll have a little bit more of the site put together, so that way we can actually start doing something with the site, like having like the character bios up and shit like that. In the meantime, the YouTube is up and all of the past episodes are live on there. This one will be up on Saturday. Nipples, you didn't win. Sorry. Chat won.
No. What about the other nipple? Did we
Chat-
have to fight both?
The other one didn't even try to fight back. This is the one nipple show tonight.
Oh.
It's the worst kind of show, I know. But yeah, and then, you know, eventually, like I said, I'm going to have a custom song made for, well, not song, just the instrumental made for the intro, so that way I can stop fucking disputing copyright claims on every video that I upload. So that'll come sooner than later. And yeah. And then next week, like I said, we won't be doing the one shot tomorrow. We'll have our regular game next Thursday, and then next Friday the 13th, we'll have our one shot. That Jay will be DMing, and I don't really know what they have in store. It's gonna be interesting. And I think John, Sin, and Lissa are gonna do it. I think Bob's sitting this one out.
I'm sitting that one out.
But I get to be a character for once, so that'll be fun.
Broken ass.
So good, so good.
So you just take the normal layout and just put yourself in the chaplain slot?
Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be real easy to do. Jay will be here, I'll be there. Maybe I'll throw a hue shift on it so it's just different colors. I'm definitely not gonna build a fresh layout from scratch for a one shot.
Yeah, who would do art for a one shot?
Yeah, I would be mad to do something like that. Speaking of that, Lissa, John, you need to get your characters over so Sing can draw them.
I already got 2 of them down.
God damn it.
Goodness.
And they're sweet. 2 minutes 20 seconds left. Let me go look for who we are going to raid. Also, players, I'll have you know that Megan gave me a suggestion for something to torture you all with that is great. That I am definitely going to use at some point.
Cool.
And I can't tell you what it is because that would ruin this torched surprise.
It's a secret.
Yeah. Yeah.
Secret of secrets.
But once you know that there is one, it's going to eat away at you to know what it is. So that's why I decided to tell you that there's something.
Eh.
Well, not you, but, you know, like Sin and John. Okay, I'm going to get demonetized now because Twitch is playing fucking music on the front page.
Lol.
Thanks, Twitch. We got Dice Tyrants. We got D20 TV. I haven't stopped them to annoy Kim personally a bit. Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds fun. 1 minute 5 seconds left. So if you want to be entered to win a free Stream Loose deck, do !gimme. If not, then sorry. Yeah. So that's about it. That's all I got. Yeah, I got the help wanted ones. I like them. The one about the health potions I really like. That was cool. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and kick off the raid here. We got 20 seconds left for the drawing. Oh yeah, and I still want to do one of the recap shows one of these days. It's got to get, you know, more than just me involved with this.
You got this.
I mean, I know I got it, but it just seems so boring to do it that way.
Literally in the Discord call with you like almost every night.
Yeah, I know. I just need to start talking about it. I was going to start recording it.
Right.
Megan, you won.
Why they keep yelling out positions while they're doing a recap?
213 behind the house. So anyways, so when we were in that cave, right? So yeah. So thank you guys. We're gonna raid out to D20 TV. Have a great night. See you next week. Bye.
Shush. Shush.
No, you shush.
This crybaby.